Okay, good afternoon, everyone. You're welcome to today's YouTube live conversation. My name is Glory Elijah. This is Frankly Speaking with Glory Elijah. I call myself the girl with the tea, but yeah, today is all about the highlights of the week. But before we get into it, before I begin to give out my outline for today's conversation, I want to appreciate every single one of you that have been waiting for today's conversation. I noticed that on YouTube, a lot of you have been waiting at the door. You've started the conversation already in the comment section. So I appreciate all of you. Thank you all so much for making our time to join today's conversation. You're all specially welcome to the conversation. And in case you're wondering, we do this every Saturday by this time, 3 p.m. WAT. All right. And today's conversation is going to be quite robust because there's a lot of things to talk about. But I won't be doing most of the talking today because if you follow me on YouTube and you follow me on Twitter, I have been sharing my opinion and also my observations about the happenings in Big Brother's house. And so it's been quite hectic. Yeah, there's been a lot of clashes in my comment sections, in my replies, people that have their own opinion, fighting each other, fighting me as well. So I think it's been a very interesting week. And I think it's only fair that I hear from everybody else, right? But of course, in the most mature manner, right? Because sometimes, the internet can be quite wild. People still have not mastered the art of expressing themselves without attacking other people that have a different perspective from theirs, right? And that is what we always do in this community. We respect people's opinion and we allow people to express themselves here. So that is a sort of reminder to everybody that as we begin this conversation, let us begin in immaturity. Let us hold this conversation intelligently and intellectually without attacking people that have their own opinions and perspectives to everything we're going to discuss today. All right, let's respect people's viewpoint. If you do not agree with anybody's opinion, it is fine. Always remind yourself that everybody must not agree with you. And just as other people have their opinion, you are equally entitled to yours. So it's always advisable over here that you attack the conversation, the argument, but not the people that you are holding that conversation with. I don't know if you all get me, but that is the point here. So once again, you're all specially welcome to today's conversation, all right? And yeah, what we're going to be discussing today are the three major highlights of this week. The first being Handi's allegation against Ben. We all know the story. We've been following the story. Even today, a few minutes before we started this live conversation, something had happened, right? And it's been sparking up conversations again on social media, but we're going to get into it. All right. So we're going to look at Handi's allegations against Ben. We're going to look at Ozie and Onyeka's triangle drama. Yes. And finally, we're also going to look at Topher's age reveal to Anita. Now, within all of these titles, I've got questions beneath them. I mean, you all know that Glory Elijah will always have questions. So yes, I've got questions, that come with these titles. So first, with the Handi's allegations against Ben. We all know the genesis of this whole thing. We've had conversations about it, so I wouldn't want to bore you by going all the way from the top again, all right? But here's the thing, current situation. This is, I think, 5 days later, and Biggie is yet to address the House. Instead, it's been a gag situation. Everything has been on a silent mode about this particular matter. This is quite strange, in my personal opinion, as one who has been following this Big Brother Naija show, Nigerian's version, the South African's version, then the African version. It's quite strange because we know that by now, Biggie would have summoned the whole house. The clip probably would have been played, but most of the time the clip gets played, right? The clip would have been played, and Biggie would have meted out his verdict on the matter already. So this is 5 days later, and what we are seeing on TV is Big Brother first summoning Ben into the diary room. Jude came out crying. And then what we heard from him is that, oh, he was told not to discuss whatever with anybody, keep it confidential. So the guy has been suffering in silence. And then the person that made the accusation was not called into the diary room for a matter of days. And then she had a diary session and she tried talking about it. Typical of Big Brother's diary sessions, Big Brother would ask, oh, how are you feeling? How is your day? The housemate says, oh, I'm not okay. Biggie would definitely ask, can you tell Big Brother why you are not okay? That has been Biggie's typical format this entire season. But the twin sisters had their diary session, and Big Brother ignored the part that they said they felt stifled because they were bottling up their emotions the day that whole thing happened, and moved on to other things. And then later on, Big Brother told Handi that he would address her concerns later. That was quite fishy to me. Yeah. And then later on, another day, Ben was summoned into the diary room, I guess. And then, that whole thing about secrecy, don't tell anybody, that kind of thing. And then today, early this afternoon, Handi was summoned into the diary room. Ben was summoned, and then Handi was summoned. And then in the head of house condo, Handi was telling Sean and her sister Wani that, oh, we have talked to Ben, we're busy, that guy, whoever. But we did not even, we were not even allowed to hear the flesh of that conversation. The next thing was their microphones got muffled. We could not clearly hear them. And then the cameras was switched over to the main house. So it's been a hush situation ever since this whole allegation came up. And viewers have questions. People are curious about the legitimacy of this claim, of this allegation. Is it true or not? Handi, the day she said what she said, her sister was quite upset about it and was demanding that Big Brother released the footage to show that this is exactly what happened. So it doesn't look like they are just laying false claims on Ben. Ben had his own diary session yesterday, and unlike Handi and the sister that were not really allowed to talk about it, Ben was allowed to express himself. Big Brother specifically asked him, oh, do you want to share with Big Brother those emotions you're feeling? And he went on and on and on, forgetting his emotions in that diary session. And he had said that that is not his personality, or that is not in his character, that he wants Big Brother to release the footages. In other words, both parties involved in this whole drama are demanding for Big Brother to release the footages. So that begs the question of who is lying? Or is this a misunderstanding? Like, what exactly is going on? Because at the moment, us, the viewers, we're in the dark. We don't know what's happening. We don't, guys, the truth is, we don't know, except you are part of the production crew and you walk behind the scenes. You're one of those people that stay behind those mirrors in Big Brother's house. Then you possibly have an idea of what's going on. But those of us that are watching from home, watching through our TV screens, we are in the dark. We don't know what's going on. But aside the hush, 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 whatever, the question is, why is production, let me use the word hiding. Why is production hiding this matter? Don't they know that it looks bad on the brand? Do they not know that it has created a negative perception about the brand? Do they not know that Handi's allegations, it's quite serious? It is quite serious. It falls under the radar of, is it sexual molestation or sexual harassment? What do I call it? And it's more serious because she said that she was sleeping when that thing happened, right? She said she was sleeping. And, when you think about that scenario clearly, it brings a lot of visuals to your mind. It makes you imagine a lot of things. I saw a comment on one of my videos that, oh, that is quite scary because that is how a lot of victims of rape got raped. Please do not quote me wrong anywhere. I'm only giving an analysis. So please do not quote me wrong anywhere. We're just having a conversation, right? So I saw that comment and I'm like, oh yeah, this is actually true. But as much as we're going to think about it from Handi's perspective, Handi and the sister's perspective, there's also the other angle to it that, okay, what if this was a misunderstanding? What if it did not happen the way Handi says it happens? This has automatically rubbed off wrongly on Ben's reputation. That is, if it is a false claim. So there's that confusion, the whole vagueness of it all. It's all confusing. And production knows that the only thing that will resolve this matter is if they play the clip. Yep. That's the only thing that would resolve this matter. I mean, as far as the show is concerned, this is not how things are done, in the real world here. No, we're talking about Big Brother's house. We know that when allegations of violence or abuse or whatever happens in Big Brother's house, the only thing that is valid in Biggie's court of law, aside Big Brother giving his verdict, are the footages. Once the clips are played, the viewers also, as participants of this entire process, we get to see clearly for ourselves that, okay, this is exactly what happened. Who's at fault here? Who's the perpetrator? Who's the victim? We get to see all of that. So the question here is, why is production hiding these things? Because at the moment, in my personal opinion, it's making it look like they are handling the matter like it's sensitive, it's serious, they want to do their investigations. But on the other hand, it's like they are depriving the viewers of, of being a part of this entire process. Also, the optics does not look good. The optics of it all, it does not look good. Because another thing that it's giving on seriousness. It's giving, I'm not concerned. It's giving, it's not that deep. They will settle it between themselves. It's giving, it's not a serious matter. They are housemates after all. They will talk about it. They will talk it over. It's giving sexual molestation or probably false accusation. It's not that deep. It's not a serious matter. So they will settle it. That is what it is giving. And it's not funny at this point. My curiosity as a viewer to get to the bottom of this matter, it's not for the sake of carrying traffic or trending the thing or creating content. No, it is for the sake of, the organizers proving that even though this show is for entertainment, even though the brand is out to also make money, yes, by virtue of the sponsorships, or the partnerships they get with all of these brands that are bringing the sponsor tax, we also take seriously cases of false accusations or sexual abuse or sexual molestation cases that might possibly happen in the show. Period. Is it that difficult? Because I've seen a lot of people's reactions on social media, and people are saying things like, oh, Ben is the one that is the victim here. Ben's reputation is going to suffer for it. Ben is going to suffer. And I'm thinking, I don't understand. Ben is going to suffer for it. Is Ben the only human that is involved in that situation? Because let's be honest about it. If you look at the scale of preference here, it tilts more in the favor of Ben. And it stems from the perception, that skewed perception that a lot of viewers have about the twin sisters. I will tell you some of the comments that I have been able to fish out from my own comment section on my videos, even on Twitter, the X app, where I have conversations about these things. I saw comments that really shocked me. They were cringe. Now, people were saying that, oh, Wani is the one that is lying. And please, once again, let me put that disclaimer, because there are a lot of people that it is their birthright to go about, misconstruing people's statements on social media. So let me just put a disclaimer, please. I am doing an analysis. There is no way here that I have said or will say that either of both people involved are at fault. I don't know. I did not see when it happened, so I don't know. I'm just giving my analysis. So please, let's be guided. Now, the comments I've seen on my videos. I've seen comments like, oh, Ben is the one that is innocent because of his personality, because he's a fun-loving guy, he's the house joker, he's not a serious person. So therefore, it is not possible that Ben did what Handi is accusing him of doing. Laughable, right? Now, other comments that I have seen is that, oh, Andy is lying. Can't you see how she dresses like a prostitute with her sister? They don't even wear bra. Why don't they wear bra? Well, serves them right. They don't wear bra. So it is easy for anybody to want to pinch their nipples. If you think I'm lying, please go and check that video and check the comment section. I've actually deleted some of them, but at this point in time, I don't know them. Like, I don't even know the multitude of comments that are there. So please go and check, because it is wild. A lot of people have used that opportunity to slut shame the twin sisters. They have victim blamed them. That is, if she's the victim, right? I'm just creating a scenario now where somebody complains about something, about a molestation or a sexual harassment, and they blame the person. So that's why I'm calling it victim blaming. I'm not necessarily saying that Handi is the victim here, because at the moment, the whole case is still vague. We don't know who is lying. We don't know who is telling the truth. All right. And I'm going to give you all a scenario. If you live in Lagos, Nigeria, or maybe you live in a state, or you're in a location where there's a public local market, you know, where there are a lot of hustling young chaps there, and you know, these people that they call themselves the notorious leaders or gangs or whatever of the market areas. I'll give you an example. Lagos Island of Lagos, Balogun Market, or Yaba Market, or Mautu Market. You go to places like that and you find out that a lot of young women are victims of sexual harassment in such locations. If a girl wears maybe a body hugging leggings, or maybe she wears a short skirt, or maybe she's so blessed and endowed that she's got, you know, a very pronounced frontal whatever, or maybe she's very blessed and her backside is very well pronounced. The moment they walk into such environments, they touch them unnecessarily. They spank their bum. Some of them, they go as far as making very ungodly, vulgar comments about their looks. And if sometimes, some cases where those guys are holding their hand and they're shouting, leave me alone, rubbish, leave me alone. And those guys begin to insult them, look at you. When you wear tight clothes to the market, are you not trying to seduce people? We've had cases like that. So at the end of the day, what happens? Most of the time, people blame the girls because of how they look or what they wore to the market. And most of the time, don't get me wrong, most of these girls, they actually wear revealing outfits. But most of the time, you don't even have to wear a revealing outfit. You get sexually harassed. But then, regardless of how people even dress or how people even carry themselves when they go out, the question is, where is the place of consent? Where is the understanding of preferences, of choice? Do people actually understand that people actually have a choice to dress the way they want to be dressed or the way they want to dress? Do people actually understand that people actually have a choice to, you know, carry themselves the way they want to? Do people actually understand that sometimes the way people look, it's a thing of choice, it's a thing of preference? And do people also understand that sometimes when women don't wear bra, they actually have a reason for not wanting to wear bra? I know people that don't wear bra, ladies that don't wear bra, and it's for health reasons. They feel suffocated because of the size of their boobs. They feel suffocated. Sometimes they feel like they're having chest pain or maybe cardiac arrest or something. So the best bet for them is to just allow their boobs be free. Do people actually think about all of these things? I'm just saying, based on the comments that I saw on the video I put out, slut shaming the girls. And then the fact that people said that In fact, the comparison is just so interesting. The fact people are saying that, oh, because Ben is playful, it means he is not capable of doing such. And then there's also the other narrative that, oh, because the twin sisters are vocal, then there's no tendency whatsoever that they can possibly lie about such a situation. So the whole thing is mixed up. But then you can tell that there's a clear bias. There's a clear bias that comes from two factors. One, people's mindset. People's mindset. I mean, this situation is so revealing about people's mindset. It just goes to show you that a lot of people that watch this show, God help us. Their mindset is very, very, I don't know, very shallow, very, very shallow. A lot of people lack exposure. They just want to talk. They just want to talk. And then the other factor is, of course, the one that never gets hold, the stanship culture. A lot of fans or fanatics, they decided to leverage on this particular situation to really slut shame the sisters. Now, I'm still speaking about most of those comments because most of those comments, they were geared towards dragging the sisters. Forgetting the fact that it's okay to ask questions, but it's not necessary, the whole slut shaming business. It's not necessary. So I've asked questions that in all of this, where is the place of consent? And this one is in response to the comments that said, oh, it serves Handi right because she and her sister, they don't like wearing bra. Every time they're always carrying their nipples up and down. They're always wearing revealing clothes. So it serves them right. So the question is, where is the place of consent? Are you going to say that, oh, you are going to sexually molest a scantily clad individual because you want to teach them a lesson about decency? Are you going to do that? Where is your own sense of right or wrong? So because somebody is wearing very tight clothes or very revealing clothes, you now take it upon yourself as the justice minister of justice. You say, okay, you want to teach the person a lesson. You want to molest them. You want to harass them so that they will learn their lesson. I mean, listen, this is not me saying it's okay for people to go about walking naked because they also need to be mindful and, sensitive to the people around them, right? But then again, let's not forget that this is Big Brother Naija. This is not the first time that we've seen female housemates or even male housemates too. Yeah, but let's talk about the female housemates. This is not the first time we've seen female housemates, dress scantily the way Hani and Wani and Handi are dressing. Have we forgotten Big Brother Naija Shine Your Eyes season? Angel, the way Angel was dressing, most of the time, Angel will sit down, open her legs, and you see what's in between her legs. On that fateful night, Angel in the dressing area, she literally was not wearing panties, and she knew the camera was on her. And she stood there, and we saw what was okay. We didn't see what was in between her legs, but we actually saw that yes, she was actually naked downwards. We've seen these things, but what happened? She had fans who were supporting her, even till date. She had fans. She had people that were saying, she's an adult. She has every right to dress the way she wants to be. She wants to dress. She has every right to even walk naked in Big Brother's house. It's Big Brother's house, Big Brother's rules. But it's quite interesting how people tend to forget all of these statements they make in support of someone they like when that person is involved in such a messy scandal. But then when it is someone they do not like, automatically it's like they go up to their archives to go look for morality quotes to come and dish out to prove that they are more decent than anybody else that exists on the face of the earth. Thank you very much, David. It's called exhibitionism. And I'm presuming that the definition is people that just enjoy going around naked and just showcasing showcasing their bodily organ. And people actually think that it is only female housemates that dress scantily in Big Brother's house. But then they forget that the guys too also dress scantily. i.e. Michky. Since this show started, how many of you have seen Michky in one entire week wearing a full buttoned shirt, long trousers, and looking very decent? Most of the time, what does Michky wear? Those are short boxers and singlets, walking around the house like one baba. I always find it very hilarious, but can I complain about it? No. I cannot come and start complaining. Big brother, please tell Michky to go and put on shirts. Or big brother, please tell Michky to go and dress up. I cannot, because these housemates are here to play a game, and they are fully aware that there are viewers that enjoy such kind of content. So what do? They provide the content. They indulge the viewers' cravings. And we are part of that viewership. So why are we acting like we're innocent in all of this? If a housemate is always constantly dressing up to cover themselves from head to toe, we are still the ones that will complain about it. That, what's wrong with this one? Why is this person acting like a grandmother? We're still the ones that will complain. But then on this same Big Brother Naija, season after season, we have seen housemates that have exposed one part of their body or the other. What's the difference? Look at Nelly in that house. Does Nelly wear bra all the time? No. Is Nelly as busty as the twins? Well, she is bustier. Does Nelly wear crop tops that reveal the lower part of her boobies? Yes, she does. Except we're actually acting like we cannot see Nelly in that house, but we can only see the twin sisters when they dress. Why are we acting? It's called selective amnesia. Why do we do this? It's not cute. The twins, most of the time, they wear those their short knicker, except when they feel like really dressing up. They wear short things as well. Or do we think that guys too, and some ladies don't find it sexy when guys review their thighs on live TV? Do we think a lot of ladies don't find it arousing? Or is it TJ? I think it was the very first week when he had his diary session, and this guy wore some very, very short boxers that even when he was in the diary room, the way he sat down, you could see how that boxer completely compressed his male organ. It was very distracting for me. Yes, I did not tweet about it because, hey, for me, that is somebody's husband, that is somebody's father. So there's no point talking about it. But I'm glad Big Brother addressed it, because before he left the diary room, Big Brother told him that next time when he's coming to the diary room, he should put on something more decent. So there are guys in the house that reveal parts of their body. But why is that not a problem? Why are people so quick to slut shaming the females on this show when they dress the way they feel is not right? It's Big Brother's house. Games are being played. It's a competition. As I mentioned, there are people that enjoy that kind of content. And these housemates, they know, they came fully prepared. So what do? For them, it is to deliver. I've seen people, like I've heard conversations of people who do not sit down to watch the show 24/7, but they pump in money to vote for certain housemates because of certain things that they do. Dorothy of People in Naija lockdown season, I'm not saying she did not merit making it to the finals and emerging as the the finalist, or is it top two? I'm not saying that she's not merited, but I've heard conversations that certain people pumped in money to vote for Dorothy. Why? Because she's endowed. There are people that like that kind of content. What's her name? Nengi. I've seen people have said, oh, my boss in the office used to give money for people to vote for Nengi. Why? Because she's pretty. Because she's always wearing short skirts. She's always wearing tight skirts. Or she has a big bum. Things like that. There are people that watch this show just to mainly sexualize these housemates. So aside the lifestyle, the preference, these housemates, they go into that house fully prepared as to deliver the kind of content they feel is appealing to the general viewing public. So just as those ones that are exhibitionists exist on the show, there are those ones that go onto the show to exist as shippers. And we've seen a lot of that happening this season. It's still happening. I'm just saying all of these to address the unnecessary slut shaming of the sisters. That is very disgusting. And I kept on asking myself, these people that are making such comments, if you have a sister or a brother that comes to tell you that, oh my God, I was walking past and somebody did XYZ to me, is that the first thing that will come to your mind? Anyways, they are not our sisters, so I'm sure a lot of people cannot relate. But that's food for thought. Let's think about it. And then the other question I have is, why does Ben's personality in the house vindicate him from this whole thing? That is, if he is guilty. All these things I'm saying are based on the ifs because we're not sure yet. But this is still based off the comments that I'm seeing from my videos on YouTube, my tweets on Twitter. Why does Ben's personality as being the house joker, why does it vindicate him from all of this? Because if people put it that way, right, let's look at the larger society now, right? There is such a case as this. And then you look at the personalities of people involved. Maybe the girl is very loud and the guy is a very calm and quiet person. And then by your own skewed sense of judgment, you now look at both of them and you now say, because the girl is very loud, there's a tendency that she's the one that is lying. So because the guy is a very chilled person and everybody likes him, he's lovable, and the whole community loves him, it's a lie. He's not the one that did it. Don't people watch crime movies? Don't you watch documentaries or these crime thrillers? Don't you see how at the end of the day, sometimes it turns out that the person that looks innocent is actually the one that is the perpetrator? I'm not saying that's the case all the time, all right? But I'm just speaking to those comments, those reactions from people. I just felt like it was just an unfair judgment. Very unfair. People are like, oh, didn't you see the way those twin sisters are classless? The way they behave towards Ruthie and what's her name, DJ Flo. It means that they can do and undo. It means that they can do anything. Once again, another disclaimer or a repeat of my previous disclaimer. This is not me saying that the twin sisters are innocent and Ben is guilty or vice versa. I am responding to the comments, people's reactions. And I am saying that some of those reactions are quite skewed. You don't just give a judgment based on what you think you know about people. Because with human beings, there's usually more to eat than meets the eyes. So that's also food for thought, all right? So I've asked all the questions I want to ask, and I'll be looking forward to all of your responses and your perspectives to it, all right? Let's quickly move on to Ozie and Onyeka's triangle. We've discussed this extensively in this community. We've talked about it we've talked about it countless number of times, right? But I have a bone of contention. And yesterday was quite interesting. Some of Onyeka's fans, let me not say are fans, some of Onyeka's fans, they decided to come and drag Glory Elijah. You people forget that it don't table that they drag me, but my wig never come off from my head. In other words, people have been dragging me for the longest time, but my mouth will never keep shut when I see the truth, when I see the facts. I will always call a spade a spade. A lot of people will not like it, but I'm sorry. I cannot help your situation. A spade has to be called a spade and not a shovel. In that whole Onyeka and Ozie situation, yes, I talked about it. I talked about the fact that Ozie was not taking accountability for his own actions, for his contributions to that whole situation. I'm not going to go into it because I've talked about it. My mouth's not tired. I'm tired of talking about it, but I just want to put it out there that for those of you that follow my content, YouTube, anywhere, I have analyzed the situation according to how I watched it play out in the house, and according to my own understanding and my own observation, I have analyzed it. That, listen, according to Ozie, I was just being friends. I was just being a big brother to Onyeka and every other person. I don't understand why she misinterpreted my actions. Oh, if there was any day I told her with my mouth that I want her to be my girlfriend in the house, let her bring evidence. And I have analyzed it that based on that statement Ozie made, that is completely wrong. You cannot say that it is your words alone that will give validity to, a situation. No, your actions will always speak louder than your words. If you don't say anything, it's just, for example, if you don't tell a girl, I like you, I'm in love with you, or a guy, vice versa, If you are giving that girl so much attention, if you are touching her, you peck her, you play with her the way you would normally play with somebody you are intimate with or someone you are dating, you're sending all the green lights to that person that, okay, I actually like you, but I'm not just telling you yet, but I like you and I hope you understand. That's the message you're sending. That's the message you're sending. It's as simple as that. And I know that Ozie knows because that guy is not dumb. Ozie is very intelligent. Them, by the way, twins, they are very, very intelligent set of people. When they talk, you listen. Trust me, you will gain awareness. They are very intelligent. So I'm sure that Ozie knows. But dude, I don't know if he was trying to gaslight us, the viewers, and I'm thinking, bro, hello, hello, like hello. Even going as far as challenging Big Brother to provide the footage of him kissing Onyeka. Okay, let's call it a peck, since kissing is such a big word. And it's so funny. Like, seriously, man. Most of these fans, now, wow, you people have energy, Sha. I saw reactions to my tweet. People are saying that, oh, Glory, were you in the house when Ozie kissed Onyeka? I'm like, Egbamiu. Lord have mercy. So what we saw on TV on that fateful day when Chizoba was there, Onyeka was there, Ozie was there, and Ozie brought Onyeka's face towards his own and mwah, on the lip. I don't understand. Maybe the word kiss is too controversial. So let's say he pecked her on the mouth. Is that not what we are talking about? Do I have to be inside Big Brother's house to actually know as an adult that this is what actually happened? Like, seriously, you people have really mastered the art of gaslighting. And I must give it to you guys because, hey, it's not easy to be supporting somebody and you are telling a blatant, glaring lie just to defend that person. It's actually cringy, oh. Very cringy. Say, Glory, were you there? Or maybe it was not a kiss. If it was a kiss, Ozie would have remembered. I said, hey! The one I even saw, they said, maybe he was drunk. I don't understand. In the afternoon, because that thing did not happen at night. Oh, Jesus. So my point is, I talked about it and I analyzed the situation. As a matter of fact, if you follow my tweets, the questions that Big Brother asked Ozie during his diary session, when he now started challenging Big Brother that he did not kiss Onyeka, ladies and gentlemen, it was literally the same thing I put out on my tweets. It was almost as if Big Brother and I were thinking alike. Check out that tweet. It was almost the same thing. And those are valid questions. Because if you say you are a big brother to somebody, the question is, okay, fine, you're a big brother, and it's a platonic friendship, right? So all your male friends and all your female friends that you act as a big brother to, do you go around kissing them or pecking them on the lips? Do you go around carrying them up and saying, I want to check your weight? You go and you carry them. Do you go around when people go out for an outing or maybe people are having conversations with people, you now lean on them and then you are now rubbing their head and then you are rubbing their back, you are rubbing their neck. Is that how you act like a big brother in such a platonic relationship? Like, seriously, let's be for real. Anyways, point is, I analyzed the situation. And a lot of Onyeka's fans were quite excited that, oh my God, Glory Elijah, you are saying the truth. For the first time, Glory Elijah, I believe you. I support you. Those ones that want to insult, they will say, oh, Glory, for the first time, you are making sense. I'm not even phased. But for the moment I started analyzing Onyeka's own situation, there was a problem. These fans don't want to hear the truth. There was a problem. Now, what is my personal issue with Onyeka's testimony to that whole drama? It is the fact that she wants everybody to believe that Ozie was the person that first flirted with her. That is where I have an issue. Because that's a lie. That's a bloody lie. And if you're being honest with yourself, you would admit it that it's a lie. Because from the very first week of this season, we watched how Onyeka was all over the place. How she kept on presenting and the idea of shipping and trying to convince them, by the way, twins, about shipping in the house. And they kept on rejecting her. I will never forget that particular evening, when Onyeka, as usual, you see that girl, you see that girl. And they both told her, see, all these things you are doing, just carry it far. We don't want it. You carry it and go and apply it to yourself. We don't want. I can't remember if it was actually Ozee that made that statement that day, because we know that Ozee is more vocal than OC most of the time. But they literally shushed her away. But did Onyeka relent? No, she did not relent. Every time, and this your snail, this your snail, you need to go and follow that snail, you need to go and follow that snail. I don't want to be in a sheep, oh, ha. I don't want to be in a sheep, oh. But we all saw through all of those acts. We all saw that Onyeka wanted to be in a sheep. The fact that she was not saying that she wanted to be in a sheep, it does not mean that her body language and her actions was not screaming, I want to be in a sheep. And that's the thing a lot of these people don't understand. You people literally always wait for people to say you are mad before you actually see that somebody is actually mad. So that's the bone of contention. That's what Onyeka's fans are still fighting with me over now. That I am saying that their fave lied. I will say it over and over again. Your fave lied. Ha! Re-insisting or reiterating during our diary session, especially that Big Brother, he flirted with me, I flirted back. And the way she told that her 30 minutes long story in the diary room, ladies and gentlemen, if you watch my video, I actually analyzed that whole diary session she had. And I told you all that most of the things she said, there were just so many loopholes in them. Is it how she claims that Victoria is her guy, her bond, her friend, her G? How do you define G according to Nigerian context? How do you define somebody that is your guy in Nigerian context? I'm never going to go into that. I already analyzed it on my video. But then the stories that she told, the tales, the way she spun everything around, she made it look like she was just breezing through Big Brother's house innocently. She wasn't doing anything. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not going to take my word for it, because I know that a lot of you don't like my analysis, it's fine. But if you're not going to take my word for it, go back to last week and 2 weeks ago when Ozee exposed Onyeka's game. You see, everything Ozee said, that was what Onyeka was doing and is still doing. Go back to last week Sunday after the live eviction show, the way OC described Onyeka, that's exactly what Onyeka is doing in the house. And it's okay. It's okay to have a game. It's okay to have a strategy. It's fine. Because at the end of the day, I mean, personally, I am not expecting anybody to come to Big Brother's house without a game plan. So it's fine. But then where I have a problem is when obviously the person is not owning up to their shit. They are not testing their strategy. And then they go into the diary room and then they tell lies. And you see, here's the thing, on a normal day, if a housemate goes into the diary room to lie, personally, I would not take it serious. Like, I wouldn't see any issues with it, because for me, I would just conclude that, well, it's part of their game. But what would make Glory Elijah talk? What would make Glory Elijah make a video out of it? What would make Glory Elijah put out 5 tweets or more about it is when their fans begin to attack people over that lie and defend their fave about it. And then when another housemate now tells a lie, they will not be dragging that housemate for it. That is where I have a problem. Because as far as I'm concerned, if you can take the bullshit that your fave gives, then give the same grace to other housemates as well. Don't come and be a hypocrite here. Don't come and say it's okay for your fave to do XYZ, but it is not okay for other people to do it. And if people talk about the lies that your fave tells, it's okay. You know why? Because that is what they are seeing. It's okay. Don't get mad about it. Because your fave is on TV. People see your fave doing whatever they are doing. And people are going to talk about it. And here's the trick. The more people talk about your fave, the more your fave gains relevance on the show, in case you do not know. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a fanatic of a particular housemate and people like Glory Elijah are putting out 10 tweets analyzing what your fave is doing, you should be happy. You know why? Because we are giving publicity to your fave. People are talking about your fave. That's what it means. There are certain housemates in that house that sometimes a week will go by, you don't even see their name on the timeline. So, ladies and gentlemen, Onyeka lied. She said Ozee flirted first, and then she flirted back, and she kept on having the back. Now, I know that Onyeka will always lie because sometimes she exaggerates things a lot, and she has this thing she does. You know, she will do things and then she will act naive. She will act like she doesn't know. Well, that's Onyeka. That's how she plays her game, and it's fine. But then, my major issue with her diary session was the way Big Brother was giving her accolades. Big Brother this season, he's very quick to correcting housemates, especially who want to tell lies. He did it with Ruti, he did it with Michky, he did it with Chinwe. Oh my God, the ultimate liar of the season. I mean, we love her, of course, but Big Brother has been doing it with all the housemates. So when Onyeka came and was saying, I flirted back, and then she was giving all that plenty sorrowful stories, and then she now started crying on top of it, which was quite annoying, to be honest. You know, the emotional blackmail of it all. And Big Brother was commending her. Oh, Big Brother wants to applaud you for is it, how did he even say it? For exercising maturity, for taking accountability of your actions, blah, 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 blah. I said, Big Brother, I understand that Onyeka is taking accountability of her actions by admitting that, yes, she flirted with Ozee, but Big Brother, you don't fuck up. Yes, because I was actually expecting Big Brother to say that, well, Onyeka, yes, you flirted, but you flirted first and Ozee flirted back. And Onyeka was, of course, obviously trying to play a game, and Ozee decided, okay, fine, this girl is playing a game, right? Okay, good. Me, I'm going to play a game as well. I'm going to try to come up with a triangle. That was how it was. But Big Brother acted like he does not know. In other words, he ended up making Ozee the villain of that whole situation. But I want to tell you today that the villain of that whole situation is Onyeka herself. Onyeka started it. She knew what she was doing. She got caught several times. First by Ozee, second by Ozee, and then third, Ebuka exposed her finally. And so out of fear that, oh my God, am I going to lose fans over this? She decided to come and bring that in. Come on. Come on. We know they watch back of TV over here. We don't watch the back of our televisions. So Big Brother messed up. Now, I don't know if Big Brother was trying to get back at Ozee, you know, because Ozee challenged him during his diary session, because it was very obvious that Big Brother was offended, because the way Ozee's diary session ended, it was quite abrupt. Because after that session, it was like Big Brother was not interested in interacting with Ozee anymore, so he ended Ozee's diary session. Yes, I get it. It's okay for Big Brother to be offended, because this Biggie of this season like respect a lot. He likes respect. Housemates will mess up, break rules, do whatever, cause breaches in communication with us, the viewers, by whispering and doing whatnot. Big Brother would not bat an eyelid. But the moment they disrespect Big Brother will call general meeting, and he will be thundering fire and brimstone in the house. So Big Brother messed up. The way he gave Onyeka a pass, that was wrong. Because he made it look like, in fact, he did not make it look like, he literally vindicated Onyeka in that whole situation, and she wasn't supposed to be vindicated. Someone is saying, honestly, it doesn't matter who started the flirting. They both are adults and did it consensually. I'm sorry, Octavia. And you see, this is the problem with this society. Sometimes we think it doesn't matter who started something. No, it matters. It matters because people's reputation are involved. Ozee has a girlfriend on the outside who is already thinking, by virtue of all the narratives online, who is already thinking that, oh, Ozee went into that house to go and look for another girl and is chasing around the girl and is lying that he did not chase the girl. No, there are people that are looking up to that guy just as much as Onyeka has people looking up to her. So yes, I agree, they are both adults, but they should also be able to take accountability for their actions entirely. And this is where we should understand that there's a difference between taking accountability for your actions, yeah, and also admitting that you actually are the one that started something. There's a difference. I totally disagree with people that say, oh, it doesn't matter who started it. It matters, because that is Onyeka's narrative, that Ozee was the one that started it, whereas she was the one that started it. Yes, they are adults. They did whatever they did. They tangled together, but Onyeka started it, and it has to be hammered that she started it. So there's a difference. Anyways, and look forward to hearing your opinion about that. Moving on quickly to Topher's age reveal to Anita. I'm not going to dig too much about it because this was something that happened last night. I just have a couple of questions or some questions, all right? And this is stemming from some of the comments I've seen on the video I did, which I don't know, I just found quite disturbing. So there's an argument online that Topher was not entirely truthful to Anita, that he told Anita that he's 26, whereas on the organizer's website, he's 24. Now, somebody came to comment on my video that Tofa is actually 26, that it was a mistake on the organizer's website. Now, on the organizer's website, they even added that Tofa is from Lagos, whereas he's from Akwa Ibom State. So errors do happen, right? And I don't want to believe that in that crazy scenario, he still lied again. So at the moment, I don't know. The only person that can tell us his real age is Tofa. And let's not also forget that in Big Brother Naija, you see this show, there are a lot of housemates that lie about their age. I don't want to name names. If I name names, everywhere will scatter. There are ex-Bbnaija housemates that have gone into that house and they have lied about their age, especially the females. They lie a lot. They lie a lot for whatever weird reason. They will go into there, they will lie. You see the one that is hitting 30, they will lie that they are 22, they are 23. And you'll be wondering, I don't understand. Is it that people that are 30 years old, is it that they are getting close to their grave or what? What is wrong with being 30? So people lie a lot to be on the show. So sometimes it is possible that people lie about their age just to, be picked during the audition process. So personally, I'm not really going to make a big deal out of it because at this point, I don't know. The website implicates itself. Tofa is from Akwa Ibom State, but why is Lagos State put there as a state? So that's another thing to also consider. So that's argument for another day. Now, another thing is the reason for Anita's reaction. I've seen a lot of people bashing Anita online. That why is she crying? And what is wrong with Tofa being 26 and she being 29? What is the problem? And then people are saying that age is not a problem, blah, blah, blah. And I'm thinking, but have people forgotten that it's okay for people to have a preference? If my age is 30 and I say, okay, at this stage I don't want to date somebody that is 30 like me or 31 like me. I want to date somebody that is 25. How is that a problem? How is that anybody's business? It will be a problem if at the age of 30, I say I want to date a 16-year-old boy. Then that is me having the tendencies for child abuse. So there's a problem with that. But if as a mature adult that I am, I say I'm 30 and I want to date someone that is 25 or maybe 28 or 27 or even someone that's 40 years old, how is that a problem? Am I not allowed to have a preference? And a lot of people forget that in relationships, there's something called deal breakers. There was a live conversation we had. That was the whole Davido, Chioma, and Sophia Momodu saga. And I was asking this question, what's your deal breaker in relationships? And a lot of people gave very, very interesting perspectives to that conversation. For some people, it's abuse, emotional abuse, physical abuse, financial abuse. That's their deal breaker. For some people, age is a deal breaker. Sometimes men who are 50 cannot date women that are 50. Sometimes they will tell you they would rather date a 21-year-old or a 25-year-old. And we've seen it happen several times. Even in this current Nigerian society, we've seen young ladies that are like 18, 20, and they are getting married to 60-year-old men or 50-year-old men. They will tell you, well, they've crossed the legal age, and so it's nobody's business. So why is Anita's preference a problem? Why is Anita's deal breaker a problem? And I call it the deal breaker because she has had a conversation about it with Ben. She has had a conversation about it with even Tofa himself. And Tofa had asked her that question, what's the oldest you can date a guy? And she has said that 45 is the age for her. Like, she cannot date somebody that she's younger than, and she doesn't like dating someone that she's the same age with. But she's making an exception with Tofa because Tofa had told her that he was actually the same age as her. So she has said she's making an exception with Tofa because she likes him. And they both obviously like each other. But then she has said on a normal day, her preference for age for dating is someone older than her. And the max age is 45, not 50, as Tofa was presuming. So people now say, why, as long as Tofa is 24 or 26, they don't see any problem there. Anita is just crying foul. She's just making a big deal out of nothing. I'm thinking, ladies and gentlemen, please, when we say things like that, let's remember that we are not the ones in that situation. And according to what Ben said, he had said that Anita told him that she wants to get married next year because next year she'll be 30. And it's fine, it's normal. Because now people that are saying that, oh, Anita should stick to Tofa because the guy, they like each other in the house. The question is Tofa ready for marriage next year? If truly their affections for each other are real, to the point that, oh, after the show, they want to date each other, they want to even take it serious to the next level. The question is, will Tofa be ready for that next level that Anita is ready for? And this is what people don't understand about, time for the genders. A man's time is different from a woman's time. A man can be 40 and still relaxed about marriage and still insisting that they are not ready to get married. But some women, they get to the age of 25 and they're already fretting. They want to get married. They want to settle down. Then when they get to 30, it becomes a major problem. They want to get married. So if during their 20s, they used to date for 5 years, 4 years without even thinking about marriage, the moment they get to 30, for them, they don't even want to date for 1 year. Once they meet somebody and they date for 6 months, that's it. It's either you marry me or not. That is it for some women. So timeliness for the genders, they are quite different. And the Tofa I am seeing in this house, if Tofa is my brother, I would not even advise him to even get married next year because Anita wants to get married. I would tell him, bro, you people can be best of friends, but don't throw away your life and your career and everything you want to achieve after the show because you don't want to disappoint someone you like. It might be painful, you might be hurt, but at the end of the day, at 26 or 24, whichever one it is, I do not think you are ready for the responsibilities of marriage. Because the Anita I am even seeing in the house, that girl has traveled far and wide. She's exposed. I'm not saying Tofa is not exposed, no, but I'm saying that the kind of life Anita is used to. The question is, if she decides that she wants to get married next year, will Tofa be able to give her that kind of life? Will Tofa even find fulfillment in such a marriage if it happens? So these are questions that we need to ask ourselves. Yes, it's a show. Yes, it's a game. But I feel like sometimes the way people met out judgment, I feel like it's not balanced. And so we need to find that balance. We need to find that balance. Because age is no joke when it comes to relationships. Personally, I am 34. I do not hide my age. I am 34. And as young as I am, I'm not going to go and get married to a 24-year-old. I'm sorry, whether the person is rich or not, because I pride myself in my way of reasoning. So most of the time, ladies and gentlemen, I am sapiosexual. So most of the time, if our IQ does not match, I'm not saying we should be doing competition on who no book pass or is more intelligent. No, but there are certain conversations, certain decisions that cannot happen in a relationship, not to talk of a marriage, if the people involved are not at par, if they are not close to each other's age. So I'm not going to talk too much about it because I'm not married and I'm not an expert in marriage conversations, but when it comes to relationship, at least I have an idea, right? So I'm going to stop talking here right now because, hey, I have talked to Jesus. Anyways, apologies for taking your time, ladies and gentlemen, but I thought I should give, clarity to the topics that we're going to be discussing today. So this is the part where I yield the floor to all of you amazing folks out there watching and listening. If you have any contributions to make to the conversation, please, if you're on YouTube, kindly use the link in the comment section. If you're on Twitter, please go ahead and send in your request. On Twitter already, we have 2 people that wants to speak. So I'm going to bring on Nelita to the stage. Hi, Nelita. You're welcome. Is Nelita here? I added Nelita. Okay, we have Change. Hello, Change. Are you there? Do you want to speak? Hello, Change. You need to unmute your mic so we can hear you. Okay, I don't think Change wants to speak. So we're just going to go ahead and speak with people on YouTube now. If you're on Twitter, you want to contribute to the conversation, please send in your request and I'll add you. Hi, Chigozie. How are you?
Hi, Glory. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You're welcome to the conversation. How are
Um,
you, Dr. Chigozie?
the situation is complicated.
Yeah,
It's been a week. For me, I don't coming to the Ben versus the Twins case.
yeah,
I'm so mad that Big Brother is just trying to do like the whole situation hush, 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 hush.
yeah,
Because, like you mentioned, I was watching it when the twin sisters were talking about it that that Ben said something or something like that, and the
hmm,
production cut it off. It
hmm,
looked like as if something is going on, and they don't want to let us know what is going on.
mm-hmm.
For me, I'm looking at 2 perspectives. One is either the thing happened maybe under the duvet, and the production is not clear about it.
Hmm.
Two, maybe they don't want to really give such a negative attraction to the show right
Hmm.
now,
Yeah.
because if something like this is to like get out, if they have to like clear something like this out, you know that the kind of like view it will give the show at the moment, the press it will give it will be like a negative something.
Hmm.
So, and also what I'm thinking is that somebody is guilty and they don't want to let us know about who the person is. They're hiding
That's
the person
possible.
from us.
That's possible. Yeah.
For me, it is best possible if they clear the air on this matter. Tell us, oh, you people don't have like accurate record about this situation, or
Mm-hmm.
this person is guilty. Because trust me, this thing will keep on lingering on, and people
Mm-hmm.
will notice it more clearly that something is going on in the show.
Mm-hmm.
Before you know it, everywhere will scatter. Twitter will start blowing. It didn't blow this week because they are trying to hush the whole situation. By
Mm-hmm.
next week, I trust that the twins will still talk about it. If they survive the eviction tomorrow, they will still
Mm-hmm.
talk about it. Ben will still talk about it. And before you know it, you can't keep on hushing the whole situation. People will start asking questions. It is
Mm-hmm.
better they clarify this whole situation now. Let us know, did this thing happen or this thing didn't happen? It is better for us
Exactly.
to know. And then coming to the Osimba triangle with Onyeka, for me, I've moved on from that. I don't really like talking about that because I believe that they like somehow I still agree with the person who said that they know what they're doing.
Hmm.
They know that actually, yes, I said I agree with the person. They know what they're doing. For me, I feel like they are playing a game with us. They're playing mind games with us.
Hmm.
I'm not interested
Mm-hmm.
in that again.
Hmm.
That's for her. And then for the Anita situation, I understand how Anita felt. For me personally, I've made it my own situation that that, like you said, there are deal breakers. For me, my own deal breaker, it's someone who's of like the same age with me, or someone who I'm older than 1 year or 2 years difference. For me, that's
Hmm.
my own deal breaker. Anita has her own deal breaker, and that is her own deal breaker. People should not come and judge her because of that. I feel like
Mm-hmm.
Tofa should have told her on time about
Hmm.
it, because now it will mess up their friendship. If
Yes.
Anita eventually forgives him because of it, they will stop being friends.
Mm.
They will stop being friends.
Mhm.
And so people should not stop bashing her. And then, Glory, I've told you several times, leave all these people that are talking, all these fanatics. You should know you should know that this thing is something I will see every season. Every season.
Mm.
Most of the time I see them on Twitter, I see them on your comments, but people should know that we are doing like a thorough analysis of the show. We are not
Exactly.
actually like you say, it's just like some talking Makinwa said in one of us said that the more we are talking about your faves is the more that we are giving them publicity. You are
Mm-hmm.
giving a free publicity for them. They're not paying you for this publicity at all, at all.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
everybody should just hush and say that, should just keep quiet. People are saying that, oh, that you're bashing their faves, that you're bashing their faves. Please, Don, my own is very short. Thank you very much. Continue
Thank you
what
so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Chigozie. I put some respect on that name. Thank you
thank
so
you.
much. All right, we're going to move on now to um, Fifi, but Jay Farnsworth, I can see that your devices are not connected. So maybe you should log out and then try logging in again with just your audio, all right? Because you are here at the back end, but I cannot add you because I can't see your device to add you, all right? Okay. Hi, Fifi. You're welcome to the conversation.
Hi, Glory. How are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Mm, I'm fair. Having this throat infection, I think like cough or something, but I'll be fine.
So sorry. I
Uh,
hope you get better.
no, I will. I will. I'm on medication.
Okay.
It's so nice to see you, by the way. I was laughing in the background.
What
What?
was amusing you?
Like the way you passionately talk about things. Today it was Onyeka, but first of all, I would like to begin with like this. What I've noticed, especially on X, and when it comes to crazy fanatics, is that those people, there is no reasoning with them. Like it's like
Hmm,
fighting a losing battle, and especially when I find that most of those people do not even follow the show religiously. They are the
hmm,
they're the kinds who watch TV once, see a face,
hmm.
like it, and then rush to X and start throwing opinions before they even know the crux of the matter. Now, for
I'm
example,
telling you.
someone who would come out and say that Ozzy did not kiss Onyeka or mouth peck Onyeka, whatever that is. I mean, clearly you are trying to say that the rest of the world is blind and you're the only one who can see. Because how do you argue with evidence? Like right now, you would go on any social platform and type Ozzy and Onyeka's kiss and bam.
You
Or
will
better
see it.
still, you go and visit the community of the O2 shippers and they will give you receipt after receipt after receipt. I personally, one time I logged in on stream in the morning and I saw Ozie and Onyeka like chilling in the sofa. They liked that whole thing of sleeping in the sofa in the
Mhm.
morning. And these people's legs were mingling and communicating. And we all know what that means. We all know. So
Oh,
let's not fret. These people these
hey,
people are getting too close to comfort. You get.
for
Now,
real.
when it comes to whatever hit their arguments, the fact that both these people are lawyers has really made us all go crazy. Why? Because neither party wants to relent, and
Mm-hmm.
all the parties want to stick to their story and try and convince the viewers to take up their side of the argument. So these
Mm-hmm.
people have turned Biggie's house into a courtroom and turned us, the viewers, into the judges. But I will leave it to that. For us, we've seen it takes two to tango. That's what I will say about that matter. It really takes two to tango. We all saw what Onyeka was doing from the beginning. We know her strategy. We know how she's been moving on about. And I personally, I agree with you, Glory. This girl was developing feelings for Ozzy. And you could see in her movement, in the way she was bothered, in the way she was concerned with talking to Victoria about the whole matter, that she was more interested. And
Mm-hmm.
yes, I think Ozzy indulged because he kind of wanted to make highlights. I mean, we know
Mm-hmm.
those twins have been approaching this game from a very strategic angle and a very analytical angle. At some point, I forget they are housemates and think they are
Mm-hmm.
panelists. That's what I'm beginning to think about the Mbadwe twins. Because how else will even two people survive nomination? Those people act like they are outside the game watching. The only difference between them and us is that they have front row seats to the
I'm
show that
telling
we do
you.
not.
And their
You
analysis of the game from the show from a viewer's
exactly
perspective, it is so on point.
all the time. And sometimes it's frustrating because I'll be like, why would housemates not nominate you? Because to them, they even forget that you are competitors. Because
Mm-hmm.
you're coming from this point of I get you. Yes, now move like this. That's what I'll say about that matter. Now, moving on to the matter between Wani and Ben. Now, like the previous speaker said, it's kind of a sensitive matter, but I also believe that personally, human beings, we all have a personal way we want to be handled. So if a girl or a woman comes out and says that she felt sexually harassed, to some extent, I'm not going to go and question her and be like, are you sure? What? There are ways. When we were taught in school, there are ways you want to be touched with
Mm-hmm.
consent and without consent. So if someone
Exactly.
comes out and really, and you said it rightly, these were very, very strong allegations. And it seems like Handi has experienced something from her past that is not so good. That's why she said she doesn't want to even ship this season. So I
Mm.
believe she still has past traumas that are fresh to her. So for her to feel sexually harassed, I do not take that lightly. I don't think Big Brother would take that lightly. However,
Mm-hmm.
I'll analyze it this way. The way Big Brother has been dancing around this issue, it gives me question looking back at old clips of Big Brother Africa and some of the reasons that were given why the show was probably cancelled. A lot of
Mm.
things to do with sexual harassment,
Yes.
abuse. Like there were guys, like a guy beating a lady. That's not something we want to promote and to show
Mm-hmm.
to give screen time. So I feel like the delicacy of the matter has Big Brother jump into something whereby he has to cover all bases, if you know what I mean.
Mm.
He has to
Mm-hmm.
protect the franchise image because I don't know. I think like this matter is so delicate, like it's treading on a thin line here. If he comes
Mm.
out right and exposes these videos and addresses the matter publicly, it might be something that might go beyond and even end up affecting the show greatly.
Mm.
So,
Yeah.
however, I feel like even if he wants to protect the image of the franchise, there are better ways to handle it. Fine, you don't want to
Exactly.
show us, we don't mind. All we want is for
Exactly.
Handi to come out next time and is talking and feeling like she was handled, she was helped. Now, Ben,
Mm-hmm.
on the other hand, might have done something senselessly, like we've seen from his character. I feel like he has such a careless character that
Very
he does
erratic. It tends
things
to be erratic.
very erratic, very sometimes he overreaches. You get
Yeah.
like
True.
yesterday, the way he handled that issue. Do you know that he almost wanted to insert himself and wanted to force Anita to, talk to him even when she wasn't ready to talk? I mean, this is
Yeah.
someone who's showing you that she needs space, but you're kind of insisting. So he has that kind
Mm-hmm.
of character that tends to pry into people's privacy. So
Yeah.
honestly, he might have done something thinking it's normal, not knowing that because it can even be a slap on the thigh. If I feel offended, I can come out and say you sexually harassed me because to me, my thigh is my private property. Do you get what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So,
Yes.
also that, I feel like Big Brother, if he does not want to release the clips, if there is no proper clarity, the best thing he should do is call Handi, call in a therapist, do private time, let those people be talked to, let the matter be handled. All we want to see is happy people, people with a peace of
Mm.
mind, because it's already affecting their game. It's affecting
Mm.
Ben's game, it's affecting the twins' game. So that's what I have to say about that matter. Now,
Thank you
my
so much,
people,
Vicky. Sorry,
My
Fifi,
people
before you move
glory.
on, sorry, Fifi,
Yes.
before you move on,
Mm,
I want to just ask you something. It's kind of like a question, but also
yes.
saying something that I want you to react to. Yeah. So
Okay.
I totally agree with you about the issue being very sensitive and looking at the 7 years hiatus that happened with Big Brother Africa, the whole
Mm,
drama and production
yes.
possibly trying to prevent such happening again. And oh, the most recent one that happened with Bibi Nzamdi season 4 earlier this year, where we had,
Yes.
Yolanda's case saying she wants to molest someone, and then the
Mm,
Bravo Bia and Makeke's conversation, all of those things, the viewers' reaction, especially South Africans' reaction, we
mm,
saw all of that, and brands threatening to leave the
to
show,
fold.
which yeah,
Mm,
which is quite interesting because I don't know. I believe that when a brand goes into partnership with a brand like the production people of the show, there are contracts. So is it possible really to just severe a contract like that? That's a question hanging in the air. I don't know, but just saying. Now, do you think, now this is the question, do you
yes.
think that to avoid such controversies that the camera crew should be very mindful of such conversations that housemates have so that if there's a likelihood that there's going to be such a case that could taint the image of the parties involved or the brand itself, that they just immediately switch off the camera and move it away to other people, just like they've been doing this past few days? Do you think that is advisable? Because when Handi brought up this matter, it was in the morning, like
Mm,
few minutes before 7 o'clock, before they went into the arena for their workout, right? And she had that
yes.
conversation, and the camera was heavily focused on her. She, her sister, and Sean. Ozie even walked into the kitchen and was asking her, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you okay?" And Sean was like,
Mm,
"She's fine." And he moved away. So the camera settled on these people and they talked and talked. And from the kitchen, they moved to the dining table and they sat down. And Wani was very angry because, of course, she was overly protective of her sister. And the sister was the one that said she doesn't want to really pursue it. But Wani was the one insisting that no, you need to tell people to release the clip. Let him release the tape so that they will not think you're lying. And then Wani said something that this thing has happened to me before, but I kept quiet. So it made me wonder, like, happened to you before? Is it in Big Brother's house or is it outside the
outside.
house? Is it part of your trauma that you've been talking about? So for me, if they were trying to avoid such a mess, I'm not saying they should have concealed that conversation, but why did they give so much camera time to that conversation? Why? What do you think about
You,
that?
now, you are quite right, Glory. And I also feel like, truthfully, yes, because of keeping sponsorship and brands, because certain brands have images they need to protect, especially within the community. You don't want your
Mhm,
brand associated with sponsoring a show that literally brought girls on TV to be molested. Come on,
mhm,
that's something very heavy and delicate. So rightly said, I feel like the camera crew, in order to protect such instances, could have been more careful about how
mhm,
much they let us see and how much camera time is given. But now, looking at the time frame of the occurrence, it could have been
mm,
even a mistake of negligence. Unfortunately, we
mm,
shall never know because we are not in the crew. We don't know how many, like, what shifts they take. Maybe it was shown when one was moving out from his shift, and by the time another one came in, the damage had already been done. We shall never know.
mm,
However, I feel like if Big Brother wants, because right now, the way he's handling the matter, he's handling it in a way that shows that that issue should have been concealed to begin with.
mm.
So I feel like
Yeah.
if he wanted to address it with the public, he would have gone ahead and addressed the matter openly between these housemates. But the way he's moving feels like it was an oversight on their part. So I do believe that they did not intend to give that clip camera time. I feel like something must have gone wrong, because indeed I saw the clips and it took time for the twins to air out. And don't even forget that they were talking to Sean. So can we
Mm.
ask ourselves, did Big Brother also call in Sean at a time we did not see? to tell him not to address the issue, because we know Sean. We know Sean and his self-righteousness. There is no way Sean would fail to go and call Ben and address him on the side, because this is an issue involving his people. So definitely the way the outcome of what we are seeing now shows that there is something behind the scenes that we are not being let into. Unfortunately, the milk was spilled, and now we are left hanging because we are frustrated. So I think that's what I would say about the matter. In future, I do believe that to protect the image of the show, maybe they did not intend to air out such a part. And looking at even the Bbnaija itself, unfortunately, I did not follow this one, the last one this season, because I was really unavailable. However, it has affected. If you look at the outcomes of that show, you do believe that you realize that the Mzansi is not as popular as Big Brother Naija. I can tell you that for free. I can tell you that for free, because I do believe Big Brother Naija has more viewership. It like collected all the Big Brother Africa viewership, unlike Mzansi that probably only has the South African viewership. And you also see, even with the Mzansi in South Africa itself, there are a lot of controversies, hailing there, and it's such a delicate matter. So I do not believe that Big Brother Naija would want to find themselves in the same basket or in the same situation that Big Brother Mzansi were in. Such scandals they've really tried to avoid.
Okay.
So
all right. Yeah, move on to the other one.
So now I'll move on to my really, really traffic light people. We are there. The traffic lighters, the K-drama shippers, my dear. Oh God, all I can say is that we are in tears, Dory. We are in tears. But I will say a few things. I'll say a few things about this situation. Number one, I really appreciate Tofa for finally revealing his truth before the truth is revealed for him outside the show. I did not appreciate what Ben did. Ben kind of opened a can of worms, so I didn't appreciate that. But I appreciate that Tofa manned up and finally told Anita his age. Now, speaking on Anita's reaction, I do not think anyone has the right to judge how a person should feel about receiving certain news from their partner. You are not in her head. If you look at that girl, yesterday she was disturbed. If she had a way of asking Big Brother to let her in the diary room to just sit excluded, she would have. That's how disturbed she was. And a lot of people think it's because of the age, or like you have said, you think it's because of her deal breaker. But I also feel like there is something deeper. If we've been looking closely at these two, Anita is whooped. Like Anita is gone. This girl, live scripting, shipping, or whatever. I feel like there were real emotions that were beginning to develop in this ship, aside the cruising and all. So I feel like she opened up to this guy. They had this whole thing where they share affirmations, talk about each other's day. She brought him into her world. So she literally handed him a part of herself. So for now, someone to come out outrightly and then tell you that they've lied, it could have been Edge was the subject of the matter this time around, but I feel like it could have been something else. Do you get me? He could have lied about something else. But then also, what makes it heavy is considering her viewpoints and her preferences where Edge is concerned. You strung her along. You get? Topher strung her along for way too long. He procrastinated on the issue. And I feel like that's what hurt her the most. Because when he revealed, she said, I thought you're the only person I have, you get, in this house. Because she was already telling him how hard it is for her to make connections. And he was here advising her on how to make more connections. So the one person she thought she had in the bag that understood her person betrayed her. Let's call a spade, guys. A lie is a lie, big or small, and they are deal breakers. Aside
True.
the age matter, they are deal breakers. Like lying is a huge deal breaker for a lot of people, because if I'm going to put my trust in you and build something with you, to begin with, you have to be open. You have to be
Of
an
course.
open book. Let me in and I let you in, which I feel like she needs time to process. And so her crying was validated. There were a lot of
Yes.
emotions. If you look at the poor girl's face turned red. That's when I knew, I'm like, this girl's emotions. Leave Onyeka's crocodile tears. Anita
Mm.
real shed tears yesterday. I mean, she was pink all over. You could see the she was down, she was downcast. And that's
Yeah.
honestly, I do hope, because I loved whatever was going on between them. I do hope
Mm.
she processes, and I hope Tofa gives her enough time to sit within her thoughts and process, because
Yeah.
she could be reconciling with her feelings. Who knows? She could forgive the guy and realize that this guy might be 26, but his brain is like a 45-year-old. You get? Because I do believe
Yes.
he also has that kind of level. I love the way he does not stress about things. He
Mm.
gives
Okay.
me the picture of someone who won't bring too much drama in a
Yeah.
relationship, even with the drama he has caused in the house. So, yeah,
Mm.
that's what I have to say.
All
Maybe
right.
throwing in lastly, Glory, the
Mm.
matter of Mickey. Oh God. you
No,
know,
can we
I
leave
want
Mickey, please? Because
let's
there's just
leave.
no time. Let's leave
I
Mickey
will
for
come.
today.
I'll come back
Yeah.
in the comment
Let's
section.
yeah. Thank you so much. Thanks for
Okay,
understanding. I'm
okay.
sorry. If we talk
No
about Mickey
problem.
right now, we will not
We
finish on
won't
time. Mickey
finish.
is
I
yeah.
know.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Thank you
Glory.
so much.
See you.
All right.
Mm.
Okay. We're gonna speak with who is this? We're going to speak with P right now, and then after we speak with P, we're going to rush off to Twitter to speak with Dizzy, Darling, and Nelita. Please, these people, they have been waiting online. All right. So let's speak with P. Hello,
Oh,
P.
Gloria, I'm actually
Oh,
next.
yeah, I think he's next. Mr. A, I think Mr. A is next, Glory.
Oh my
It's
God, I'm
okay.
so
It's
sorry,
okay. Don't
guys.
worry. Yeah, I want
I'm
to
so
say that as
sorry,
well.
guys.
Go on, Mr. A. Sorry.
It's all
So
right. It's
sorry.
okay.
Sometimes it mixes up over here. So sorry, Mr. A. You're welcome to the conversation. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Glory. How you doing?
Okay. Good. Thank you. Welcome back. It's been a while that we heard from you, but we're glad you're back.
Yeah, has actually been a while. Yeah, just been catching up with your videos and stuff like that. And in all honesty, you know, everybody knows about, um, the way this season is actually planned. You know, it's to be honest, very boring and stuff like that. But I seriously want to talk about the whole, controversy, with regards to this, Handi and Ben situation. I just feel I've got a bone. I've got something to pick with the production team. Seriously, I just feel like, has everybody's actually said that, they feel like the production team, Big Brother, they actually hiding something. And to be honest with you, one thing I've actually got to mention is, why have they not actually put out a post on their social media, page to actually
Hmm.
say they are actually looking into this? This is something BB Zanti
Hmm.
did, during the allegations of Bravo B and Yolanda, but
Hmm.
nothing. It's like they just want to brush it under the carpet. They just
Hmm.
want to brush this incident under the carpet. Now, people are actually saying that, oh, whether somehow, if at all, Ben actually did do it, he mistakenly, brushed his hands, you know, on a nipple. And I'm thinking, okay,
How
how
do
is
people
it
mistakenly pinch?
mistakenly? How does that mistakenly happen? Or how is it actually a misunderstanding? I actually want to, get a kind of like a real thought on how someone can mistakenly brush their hands on someone's nipple. And let's go back to the actual scene itself. Wandy was actually pinching Handy's nipple. She actually, pinched it like this is how, you know, um, this is what these so-called
Like she was
alleged claim.
demonstrating how she
Yes,
felt it
you know,
happened. Okay.
yes, So how is that mistakenly? Because I'm trying to visualize everything, in my head. I'm saying, okay, the only way it can mistakenly happen is, in my own interpretation, is if Ben was distracted and he wasn't directly looking at Handi, and he was distracted by somebody. He was talking to somebody and his hands was at the way back and he was trying to tap, Handi, and obviously probably at that particular point in time, Handi turned and he kind of hit the nipple. That's the only way I can
Hmm.
actually visualize it. But if he was, really, going up to her and say, Handi, wake up, how can he mistakenly touch her nipple?
Hmm.
I can't actually visualize it. But my bone of contention is, why hasn't the team, the production team, Big Brother, why haven't they actually put out something to actually say, at least keep us, informed, you know,
Mm-hmm.
be transparent with the whole process, that they're actually looking into the incident. And
Yes.
I have a feeling that there's this thing, that's the whole, sorry to say this, but I think it's like a Nigeria thing, whereby there's this concept of, if something actually happens, if nobody actually sees it, let's just brush it under the carpet and the matter will die off, or blow away,
Mm.
and nobody will ever talk about it anymore, so we'll just continue and going as it is. Whilst with South Africa, everybody raised their voices against such an act, and they were forced to actually do something about it. In Nigeria,
Mm.
it's like, yeah, everybody say wait till Sunday, wait till Sunday. Why do we have to wait till Sunday for a very severe allegation?
That's if it's
It's
going to be
not.
addressed on Sunday.
Yeah,
That's it.
that's if it's going to be addressed on Sunday. But why should we wait? This thing actually happened on Tuesday. Are you trying to tell me that during all that period, you can actually look at the videotapes, you can actually ascertain? Because let's be frank about it. It's not all serious allegations that happens on Big Brother that actually gets addressed on Sunday. I remember there
Mm-hmm.
was Chichi when she had that confrontation with Diane. Is it Diana? And
Mm-hmm.
that was actually done midday. It was done during the day. It was not actually, on a Sunday. That was actually addressed on the Sunday. You know.
Mm.
I'm trying to also remember the whole Pere incident. I think that was actually addressed. I'm sure it was actually addressed. Was it on a Saturday? But anyway, what I'm trying to say is, why do they have to leave it that long? For a serious allegation. you know so are they saying this is how they'll treat, like, if somebody actually said they were raped in the house, that's how they actually go to treat it, and just say, well, it's still content, let's try and make it some sort of content, we'll go along, and on Sunday we'll come out with a report and actually tell
Mm.
the viewers, oh, this is what actually happened. What sort of image are they actually portraying to the whole of the world, or to the whole of Africa? What sort of image are they actually portraying? It's actually very
Mm.
disgraceful, to be honest with you. It's actually a joke. Seriously, it's actually a joke. It's seriously really bad on the producers and Big Brother itself. You know, if something actually did actually happen, you know what? Get rid of the person, disqualify the person. We move on. You
Mm.
cannot actually say, oh, because of traffic, you want this whole thing to die off, and reap the reward of, oh, we're actually still getting more traffic, more engagement. Nah, someone's actually made an allegation, deal with it. Both parties, either one of them is actually lying. So if it's the young lady, get rid of her, disqualify her. If it's the young man, get rid of him, disqualify him. You can't let
Mm.
this matter drag. And then someone
Mhm.
like the young guy, he's actually going so much, stress, is thinking mentally. Also the lady, she was still probably going to be thinking about this whole thing mentally, emotionally. This is all affecting them. You
Have
cannot
you even
leave this.
noticed that the cameras are not like this week since they said what they said? The cameras are sort of been avoiding the twin sisters. I don't know. but it's just been sort of avoiding them because, you know, they usually talk a lot. So it's making me wonder, could that also be part of the reason why the cameras have been really avoiding them?
But the thing is, you deal with whatever it is that is actually out there. You deal with it. You deal with what, you know, what's actually happened. You don't actually let it drag. Because okay, let's say okay, Sunday comes. What's going to happen? Oh, you give someone a strike, or you give another person a strike, or what? You give someone a warning, because that's what it's looking at. It's looking like, you know, if this thing goes to Sunday, it's looking like someone's just going to get a strike or is going to get a warning, and that's it. You know, it was
I'll be surprised.
next one. You know, because it feels like this is not a serious allegation for them. And the most important thing is they're not even letting the viewers know that they're actually dealing with this whole allegation. They're not putting anything on the social media, post to actually say we're looking into this matter. So they don't. The way I am actually seeing it at the moment, they don't really care. You know, all they care about is their sponsors and the traffic and engagement they're actually getting. That's all they care about. You know,
Crazy.
it's a shame. It's actually a shame because it's actually portraying how Africa don't even let me say Africa, sorry, how Nigeria on the whole is actually looking. Is this how we actually handle sensitive matters as a whole? Do we actually say that something like this happens and then we're like, doesn't really matter, you know, we brush out the carpet, we move on to the next one, and then, you know, everybody forgets, and then we say, oh, it's a mistake. Oh, someone mistakenly put their hand there, so it doesn't really matter because of fanatics, you know, or fans, you know, they'll be ranting and raving, oh, do not disqualify this person because it's by faith. Seriously. I mean, someone doesn't actually, the people don't actually know how Nigeria as a whole is actually looking at the moment. You know, some people actually say we're actually a joke. You know, they look at us and say, oh, there's serious allegations being made and we're not even really doing anything about it. So anyway, that's all I've got to say on that matter, you know. For the rest, Tofa, Anita, well, it's her preference, you know. It's her preference, you know. And then
seems like it's hectic.
Yeah, I mean, it's a preference. But one thing I've got to say is, you know, except if she's actually done such before, if she's actually kind of been in that situation before and it's not worked out for her, then obviously it's actually understandable that that's why she's actually choosing to actually, you know, date someone who is probably more mature, more elderly, or whatever, you know. But if she hasn't, then obviously she should give that a chance, you know, because you can never tell what you don't know. You know, we can never tell whether it's going to be, you know, good or bad, you know. But if she's done it in the past and it's, you know, she's actually had very bad experience about it, then yeah, you know, people should.
But Mr. A, let's not forget that Ben came with some information that Anita told him that she wants to get married next year. That's next year she'll be 30, right? So now I don't think the ball is in our court. I think it's about Topher's readiness, right? Because obviously she likes the guy. So the thing now is, if she now decides that, okay, I forgive you, let's move on. Question is Topher ready for marriage next year? Because if he's not, that means Anita will have to postpone her plans of settling down till whenever. I'm just saying, you know, hypothetically speaking now. That means she would have to postpone her plans. And what is the guarantee that when Topher is ready to get married, it's going to be Anita? Or the question is, when will Topher be ready to get married? So there's a lot of things catching up to do. There's a lot of catching up to do.
I completely agree, and to be honest with you, I don't actually see the young chap actually getting married next year. You know, I mean, I can't see it being the case. I personally feel all this is just content. I don't feel it's actually real. I just feel they just scripting it out. I feel it's just content for them. You know, that's what I personally feel. You know, but in reality, I can't see Tofa actually saying he's going to get married next year. You know, I mean, is she going to wait? I very much doubt it, you know.
Yeah. I mean, if the roles were reversed, if Tofa was Anita, Anita was Tofa, come on. I mean, probably for the first time in BBN history, I would believe that, you know, a ship will actually settle down come next year, just like, Yeah, anyways, thank you so
Yeah.
much, Mr. A. Thank you so much for your very apt contribution. Thank you so
All
much.
right.
And you're especially welcome back. We missed
Thank you.
hearing your voice. All those ladies that always go crazy over your voice, I can't see them in the comment section today. They would have been screaming, who is this? Who is this?
Please don't
All
make me
right,
blush.
thank you. You're blushing.
All right. Thank
Okay.
you. All right.
All right. Thank you so much. Okay, let's speak with P. And then after we're done with P, we'll go on to Twitter. We'll speak with Dizzy, Darling, and Nelita. And then we'll come back to YouTube. All right. Hello, P.
Hi, Glory. How you doing?
Hi. I'm good. You're welcome. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much. So yeah,
Welcome.
thank
Okay.
you. About Handi and Ben.
Yes.
Well, I don't like the way Big Brother has been handling the situation. If I were in Handi's shoes, I would have caused an uproar in the house immediately, and everybody would have known what Ben did without telling Big Brother first. Because I do not
Hmm.
trust anyone else, let alone Big Brother, to handle this matter very well, except me and my mom.
Hmm.
Handi is an
Hmm.
adult, and Handi should remember that they are both Big Brother's guests. So I wonder
Hmm.
why she went to tell Big Brother first. If it's true, and since Ben was bold enough to touch Handi's private part, then Handi should be even more bold to embarrass him publicly for her
Hmm.
own safety. Then Big Brother will then summon Handi or Ben to the diary room. That's when Handi can then ask Biggie to provide the clip. Maybe the
Hmm.
camera wasn't on them when it happened, so Biggie doesn't have the clip, or maybe Biggie will deal with it tomorrow during the live eviction. Like Mr. A said, I really don't know why we have to wait. It doesn't make any sense.
Hmm.
So no one has the right to touch anyone's private part without their consent, and no matter what the person is wearing. About
Mm-hmm.
wearing about women not wearing bras, what you said is true about how painful it can be for some women. I had the same issue until I googled how to get your perfect bra size. I used to wear sports bra only because of how painful bras used to be on me, because I was
Mm-hmm.
buying bras for years in the size they told me after measuring me in Marks and Spencer, which was the wrong
Hmm.
size. I followed the instructions from Google. I measured myself, got to know my right size in 2021.
Wow.
Yeah, I bought some in that size, and now I've got a lot of bras in my correct size to wear under my
Hmm.
outdoor clothes to go out, and my chest is fine now. No more pain. And when I'm home, most times I wear bralettes that are 3 to 4 sizes bigger than my usual size under
Hmm.
my home wear. If you are
Hmm.
if you are a size small, buy a large or extra large. That's how you get your bralette size. So
Hmm.
if Handi is lying, then she can be punished. And if Ben is wrong, then Ben should be dealt with. I'll wait to see what Biggie is going to do about it anyway. I kind of have a
Hmm.
similar story to it, which is kind of real life. I don't know why I like real life stories or chipping in real life stories, because I like real life stories. But in the
Hmm.
comments, they hate real life stories. So maybe I should not include my story. Only if you ask, then I'll talk, and then I'll say it. So
Okay. I mean, what is our community gathering without a bit of reference to real life stories? So please, by all means, I would love to hear this real life story, but just make it brief. Yeah.
yeah, of course. It's not long at all. So
Mm.
I'll just say quickly because I have a few things to say. So I was coming from my cousin's house. I think there was no light. I like going out in the dark then when I was younger in Nigeria. So I got in the dark. So I went to my cousin's house. So light came back on. So I was walking home. So on my
Mm.
dad's street, there is my cousin's house. Then there's on the okay, I'm facing my dad's house now. So my cousin's
Mm-hmm.
house on the left. This house is on the right before you walk down and then get to my dad's house. So then this guy, I saw him in front. I think in US they call it the porch of the house, front of the
Okay. Yeah.
house on the
Mm.
right. And before I knew it, he jumped down, used his 2 hands to grab my boobs and squeezed them.
Whoa.
And I pushed him off and I insulted him. So then I went home. Luckily for me, my mom was sitting in the garage. And because I was contemplating, should I tell or should I not tell? So when I saw my mom, my mind was telling me, it's like God is telling me to tell. So I told my mom. My mom said to me, let me tell you, go to his house or where he jumped out from, because he doesn't live in that house. Yeah. It's so weird that people have the audacity sometimes to do things knowing who my father is. Sorry, I'm not bragging. I'm just saying that some people still have the audacity to do things. Imagine if this is true. Ben has the audacity to do this thing while there is 24 hours camera filming you guys. That's what I'm trying to say. So this guy still did that. So my mom said, go there and start making a scene. So I grabbed the pipe, do whatever you want. She didn't tell me what to do. So I grabbed the hose pipe of water and I went and then to his home, and I started yelling, telling him to come out, like, how dare you touch me and all. My mom said so that everybody would gather. Everybody in the area gathered. My mom came and my mom warned him never to ever do that again. It's like, I did that for my safety because I cannot be scared on my own father's street to go home. Are you mad? So that was why I did it. So I wasn't sure if I should tell my dad or my mom, but I felt like because I saw my mom first, God was telling me to tell my mom and she would handle it. And it was handled. So there, my mom went to, and that was the end of it. And no one ever bothered me again. With the kissing thing, something also happened. I wanted to tell the story last week, but I didn't. So let me not just say that today. Maybe another day if I have less to say. Okay. So that was another one with a kissing thing. That has also happened to me. It's terrible. So next one I'm going to talk about is, I'm glad that we are finally talking about Onyeka. When I first heard Onyeka talk about her strategy and how she was going to play the game, I really did not like what she said. I thought it was whack and lame. I didn't say anything because I wanted to see how it was going to play out first. And now that I've seen it, I still think her game is so whack and so lame. Calling women the derogatory S word she made up really annoyed me. She's a lady too, which makes her which makes her think what made her think it's okay to call women by their private parts on national TV. She went about trying to matchmake people, which I hate. Even in real life, people do that. And I'm always thinking, do you know the type of man or woman this person you are trying to matchmake like? Did you ask them what they like in a partner first before matchmaking them? Most of all, I hate matchmaking because why is the so-called matchmaker thinking of and interested in knowing who will be intimate with the people they are trying to matchmake, whether for a while or for the rest of their lives? That is so gross to me when I think about it. This makes me think that the so-called matchmaker may go behind the other person to ask how the match-made partner performs in bed. Onyeka keeps announcing that she has a big butt. That's to quote her, natural. This is not me body shaming her at all. And coming from a health and wellness perspective. To know, does she know to know her ideal weight, she has to check her BMI to know if her current weight matches her height. I'm saying this because some women think it's okay to be overweight just because they want to have a big butt. There's an African, not just women, people in general think it's okay. There's an African American lady who I like to listen to on YouTube. She lost some weight and people thought she was sick because her face was looking gaunt. She made a video telling people that she was working out and on a diet, and that's why she lost weight. She also asked people to let her know how to get her big butt back through working out because she has lost it because of the diet and exercise. She started doing the workout and she got her butt back. People kept on trolling her about how gaunt her face looked, and in less than 6 months, she put on all the weight back and she's back to her previous size, which is very unhealthy. Yeah, she even did surgery this year for something else that's unrelated about her lungs or so. So the only way to know to me, in my opinion, the only way to know if a woman has a natural big butt is if we see a picture of her or her close family or friends or people who knew her when she was a teenager can testify that the person had a big butt then. It can also be achieved through diet and exercise. It's also very easy to have Onyeka's body. If anyone wants to know how to get Onyeka's body or how to have a big butt, ask me and I'll tell you what to eat and what exercise to do. Those with natural big butts don't go about bragging about it because they are often sexualized by many, and it's mostly others who talk about it. In this
True.
case, it's Onyeka bragging about her butts and sexualizing herself to herself and to others.
Yes.
Men
Yes.
can blow their glutes now. There's a man, king of squats from South Africa, who has a big butt that is training men and women online now. His technique is difficult though, especially on the knees, in my opinion. I know of easier ways to do squats that is not as difficult as his. What's going on between Ozie and Onyeka, in my opinion, is just crap and bad acting. The lies do not make sense at all, so I'm not going to bother sleuthing about what's going on between them. Just unnecessary drama, in my opinion. About Ozie, in my opinion, he thinks the lady he has waiting for him outside the house isn't going anywhere, even if he misbehaves in the house. So that's why he's messing around. This reminds me of what happened between Sakes and his wife when she called him out. I don't know if you remember what happened. Yeah, she came
Yes.
out and she was
Yes.
crying that he defrauded her or love. I don't know what they call it. Yeah. So about Tofa and Anita, now that we know that after Sunday's live show, Tofa first lied about his age, that's a no-no. Some people think it's okay to lie about things. Then after the person falls in love with them, then they'll tell the person the truth, which also, we also see this narrative in movies. To me, that's wrong and unfair. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Let people know what you think may affect your relationship with them upfront so that they can decide if they want that with you or not. Anita has the right to say that age is a deal breaker to her because it's her life and that's what she wants. To some people, age matters, and to others, it doesn't. That's their choice. Tofa, are you 26 or 24? Maybe this is a game to him. I guess Anita is a game and a joke to him since it's still not clear how old he truly is. As for women in their late 20s and above, and age is a deal breaker to them, I suggest that you ask a potential partner their age first before doing anything else. Or if the man asks for your age first, tell him you answer first. Let him answer before you tell him your age. About the last eviction, so that's the end for the questions that you asked and the things you raised. So just
I have
one more
another
thing.
question.
Okay, let me just finish and then you ask me, yeah?
Okay.
About the last eviction show on Sunday, when Ebuka said the next pair to be evicted from the Big Brother Naija is Zinwe, I said, praise the Lord. I'm glad that they're
I
out.
knew you were tired of her.
I said, praise the Lord. I watched it live. To me, what Ebuka said and says to the housemates during the live eviction show on Sunday, I see it as Ebuka just doing his job, which makes me wonder why, as soon as the show ended this Sunday, most of the housemates started changing how they've planned to play their game and strategy, which is odd to me. So that's all I have to say.
Well, typically that's what happens in Big Brother's house. You come, you try to play a game, and you see somebody else that's playing a similar game gets evicted, and then you think, oh my god, probably the viewers don't like it, so you try to adjust. But anyways, question I have, and I'm glad we're talking about this Onyeka situation. I know that you would be the perfect person to answer this question. So we've seen the relationship between the Mbadwe twins and the Checkers pair. That's Onyeka and her sister Chizoba. And personally, I am not comfortable with it because I feel like there are no boundaries. By boundaries, I mean for OC. OC had confided in Chizoba, who he calls bestie, that he has a woman, fiance, who's pregnant, like they're expecting a child, and they plan on getting married probably by December when he comes out. He doesn't know how long he's going to be in the house for. And even on the day he was telling her this information, her hands were all over. And that has been the case. She's very, very tactile. People that talk and they don't know how to keep their hands to themselves, always touching, and then you kiss on the face, you kiss on the forehead, it's like that. And then Onyeka's one with Ozie that finally led to where they were this week. So I have always been of the opinion that the Mbadiwe twins, they don't have boundaries. For Ozie, you have been going crazy this week about what your woman outside will think about this triangular scandal. And then Ozie is not even bothered. I say it makes me wonder, like, according to how the Onyeka's fans look at it. They say, oh, they are just friends. Glory, you have a dirty mind. The question here is, am I really the one that has a dirty mind? Or do you see what I'm talking about? Do you see how this is kind of weird? The fact that you have someone that's carrying your child. So games apart, you still open access that much. And when I say access, it's actually a lot. The way these people touch and play, it's a lot. So am I being delusional, or are you seeing something different?
No, you're correct that it's what they're doing. To me, I'm just going to say it the way I want to say it. I'm tired of sugarcoating myself and trying to be nice when I'm here, especially because of the comments. Yeah, the thing is that it is wrong. You've got a partner, the men. You've got a partner, Ozie and Ozie. You've got a partner outside. You're not supposed to be doing that in the first place. And then when it comes to the women, these people have got partners. Why are you still touching them? I used to have male friends that are married. A lot of them. Even my female friends were also married. Like most of them were married. So the male were married. I had this particular one. He's from Mauritius. And anytime I do any hairstyle, like I like this your hair, and I told you to name it after me because I have the same wig. I have the same. I nearly 2 years ago, I nearly sent you a picture of me because you were leaving your email in the comment section. But then something was going on that I needed to fix. That's why I did not
Still
start
send
chatting
it.
with you.
Send it.
That's why I did not do that because I knew I was not in a good position then. So anytime I do a new hair, he will run his hands through my what's it called? Telemundo that you guys watch, Indian movies. They are learning where this guy is when he's with me. My God. Even the what's it called? Onyeka and what's she called? She's about learning with the way he'll be with me. And I'm being like, I have to move away because I'm like, I can't. Because me, I don't have body where they beat. Let me speak in English. I don't get body where they beat for anybody's wife to jump out of the bushes and tell me, what are you doing with my husband? I don't, even though I live where I live and I know the place is civilized, I don't still have the strength to do that with anybody. So you're right. It is wrong. Stop being so close to. You can talk. And I had other male friends that were very, very they were okay. They did not come at me. They didn't try to touch me. Of course, if they even try to touch me, I will just, dodge anyway. But with this other man, his own was worse. But I didn't take it in a negative way. I just, as soon as he puts his hand in my hair, I'll just move away. That's what I used to do because if I left him to do it, they will be there for 20, 30 minutes with him just running his hands through my hair. So so you're right. It is wrong. Don't do that. Be respectful of your partners outside, and the ladies be respectful of these people's partners are outside as well. That's how I feel. You're not wrong with your analysis. Most times you're not.
All right. Thank you so much, P. Thank you so much. And also for sharing those real life stories. Quite sad. And I'm sorry that actually happened to you. I hate when people infringe on people's personal spaces. It's very cringe. That was really cringe. But I'm glad with the assistance of your mom, you were able to handle it. And thank you so much for sharing that. Might have been uncomfortable, but you did. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Glory.
All right. And please don't forget to send that picture.
Thank you, Glory. Take care. Bye.
All right. Bye. Okay. Let's quickly move on to Twitter and speak with Dizzy. Hello, Dizzy. You are welcome.
Hi, how are you doing?
I am fine. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's hear your thoughts.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Carry on.
Fine. So let me start with Handi and then.
Okay.
So if I were to be in that house today, the kind of beating I would give that camera, the person in charge of that camera, God, they will even arrest me for it. They will leave the person they are saying he did something and arrest me. Because, big brother, okay, it's your house, your rules, your everything. You are free to do what you want, right? But then, You allow these people have this conversation. You showed it to us. We heard everything that they were saying, even the mistake. And then again, Wani has already said in one of the attacks that they were doing concerning emotional something. And she said she went through similar, it's like she explained everything to the housemate. It was so emotional. She was already there and she could not speak. This one that they are saying they did is on the national TV. And they were she was even, when they were telling her that thing, she was not even paying attention to hear her sister's phone. She was just pissed. She was just pissed. I think because of her past experience, everything was just coming back to her head because she has already went through that. So it was just coming back for her. And then you allow us to see this discussion and everything. Okay, Ben was in the diary room. Now, saying he does not even know what happened in the first place. He also wanted to see it. And Hani, on the other hand, even though Wani was saying that, he was like, okay, let me see what happened really. This was, I think, these people were drunk and they wake up the next day and they were like, this thing happened. Oh, yeah, shoot them, let them. Even if we are not showing the two of us, if the whole world, like if we are not showing the world, show the two of them, then show us where they are having this discussion so that we know that this is what happened. Okay, they said they had discussion. You allow them speak about this in his diary section. When it was time for those girls to speak, you just said, how are you doing? How is the weather? You dismissed them. They left. So now again, you told somebody, go and talk to this person. Okay, what happened? And then I heard Ben saying he wanted to talk to Handi or to talk to the twins, and he said later they could not give her. And I'm like, okay, even you don't know what happened. What was really there? There's more to what was like. There's more to what because we're not getting the real gist. So everybody is just assuming maybe it's this, maybe it's that. There's a lot of maybe because we don't know what's happening. So even if you don't want to address this issue, you don't want to make it because right now it's Big Brother that's making this thing look like a big deal. Because he's the one making everything, prolonging things and making people assume a lot of assumption and this maybe they're the whole thing that's causing this thing to some certain level. Why don't you just, even if it was true and you want to cover these people, there's a way you can just do this thing and maybe talk to them in private. Then you address them in front of everybody and just pin it on it was a mistake. Or it was under the influence of alcohol. At least that way we know that maybe something happened, but we will just be at peace that it was a mistake. Not letting it be as if maybe the girl is lying or Ben is confused. That one is not making any sense. Okay, if you don't want to address it, let us hear when these people were having this conversation among the two of them. At least if you hear there, we'll get one thing, then we'll calculate it in our heads and conclude. Even if you are not addressing it, and then you are showing us this person will have something to say, this one will have something. At the end of the day, they are cool, and we too will come to a conclusion that it was a mistake or this didn't happen or something. But then you are just, whenever this lady wants to talk, you move the camera. When they move that camera this afternoon,
it was annoying.
Yeah, it was very annoying. It was very annoying. You want to, okay, let them talk. The housemates are, if only it was a case of the housemates saw this and the housemates that are allowed to talk about it. Most of the gist that we even get it from the housemates and we work with it. Some of the housemates might be talking about it. From there, you gather information and work with it. Then we'll move on, even if you are not addressing it. The housemate, nobody is talking about it. It shows that there's really something bad there. If it was just to be anything, you will not be covering anything, and you will not just be suspending people here and there. Like we are not even sure this issue is going to be addressed tomorrow. We are not sure of it. We are not sure anybody is getting any strike for anything yet because we don't know what's happening because they have not told us anything. So for me, I normally don't work with maybe. If Big Brother is not addressing this, I will take it that maybe I will just take it that he is covering Ben or nothing happened. Because me, initially, I wanted to blame it on alcohol or mistake. Even if you want to cover, even if it happened and you want to cover, because me, I don't even like that name at all. Even though I'm not Ben's thing, I don't like that name. I don't want him to be tagged with that name because it is not a good one. It's not looking good at all. So I don't like it. Even though it's not fair to the ladies as well. It's not nice. tagging that at all. It will make you will lose a lot. You will lose a lot.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the brother is trying to do, but we just hopefully something happens tomorrow
Yeah.
that at least we'll get something to conclude. Like we calculate everything and conclude if he addresses it. Even if he not address it, it's fine. Well, cool. We'll just move on from it. But we know that Big Brother has something to hide there. At this point, we'll pin it on him that he's hiding things. Now, that was it. And Tofa and Anita, Laura, I really feel for Anita because
Dizzy, are you there? You just went mute. We can't hear you anymore. Okay, maybe you should get off the stage and then you reconnect, all right? So that we move on to the next speaker. Darling, are you there? Let's speak with you. And then when Dizzy returns, she will continue from where she stopped. Is Darling there? Darling, your hand is raised. Darling on Twitter, is your hand is raised. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, you're welcome. Oh, hello?
Hello?
Oh, Dizzy. Oh, Dizzy, you're back. We lost you. Okay, please try and round up, all right? Because I already prompted the other person to speak, all right? I don't know what's going on. Okay, Dizzy, we keep losing you, right? So do me a favor. I don't know, work on your connection because you keep drifting out and drifting back in. Please work on your connection and come back, all right? And I'll add you. Darling, if you're ready to go, please, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
For the mic. So I want to begin with Ozie and Onyeka, first of all.
Okay.
You know, yesterday, the conversation they had, I found it really funny. And even prior to that, Ozie, when he went for his diary section, you know, people were, you know, upset about the fact that he lied about, you know, the peg or whatever. But, you know, I think that moment, we as a viewer, because of how we saw it on the screen, we thought he lied about the peg. But you know, I wanted to understand because they had a conversation in the garden as well. And even Onyeka seemed to say she remembered that time, but that thing never happened. Even she narrated to Victoria after the eviction Sunday that Chizoba brought their heads closer, but there was no, you know, a touch of lips or from any of the both parties. So yeah, I did not accept that people actually said he lied because even Onyeka confirmed it herself that she can understand why Biggie thinks that, but not none of that so happened. And yeah, with Onyeka situation and you know with how everything unfolded, I agree. Onyeka is someone who you know paused for to fire, then pulls away, making it look like she did nothing wrong. For me, you know, or I don't know what happened. That is the type of question is, or even from the fact that me as a viewer, I've been watching the show for the past 5 weeks. She likes to insert herself in situations which doesn't involve her. And even I think on the second or third week, she got a lot of advices from a lot of people that if she doesn't take care, it's gonna buy her back in the ass in the future. She thinks like I think maybe because there has not been any consequences or maybe any you know effect that's happened to her. So I think she continues to do that. So now that even if they've settled or whatever, I do not agree that she's not gonna do it again. I'm just waiting because she's the type of person, although, you know, now she's, you know, a bit more lively after the reconciliation. I don't know what she's going to do if she sees Ozie or even Victoria having, you know, a private conversation again. She's going to form another narrative in her brain, make assumptions. Like, she's made herself, like, at this point, a lot of people in the house are really aware of her and are aware of things they say to her, even if it's going to be private or, you know, talking about deep stuff about her with her. So, yeah, like her behavior on the show, I don't know how it's going to help her, like, towards the long run. I don't know if it's going to affect her or it's gonna help her game. Although it's a strategy, but I don't support doing a strategy whilst bringing another person down. Like that is not a strategy to me. That is called selfishness, in my opinion.
Okay.
And the fact that sorry.
No, I said okay. Carry on, please.
Oh yeah, I'm like even the fact that every time she's conversing with Ozee, like she has to say Victoria gave their weird looks. They got nothing, like have nothing but pure intention. I don't know about her intention towards her. So I don't like the fact that anytime she's talking about Victoria, she makes it look like, oh, it was a beef. She had a competition with her, which is not the case. Even we heard it from Ozee that she encouraged him to have the conversation with her. So meaning she has no beef with you. So she forming that whole narrative of Victoria is in a competition with me. I don't like it at all, like one bit. Because the girl, people in the house know she literally has no nothing in the house. She's just so so like caring and whatever. And moving back to Ozee, I understand how Biggie brought that subject or topic to him that he pegged his friends when I understand, but I don't agree with the fact that Biggie said he flirted with her first. That is not the case at all. Onyeka is not the type of person who flirts, who initiates, who flirts back. She rather initiates it, in my opinion. She initiates the flirting. So Biggie is saying Ozee flirted and she flirted back. I don't agree with that because she's been in people's ship, like the ship in the house. They've had problems. The women in the house. They've had multiple problems with her about how she is with their men. So in that case, that is who she is. I don't know her, but from a viewer, I've seen her for 5 weeks. That is how she behaves in the show. She joins or she goes closer to the men in the shifts. Then when they buy her back in the house, she goes back to the people she thinks that are her friends. When she's cool with them, she withdraws from those that they are her friends who were there for her. I don't agree with that 100%. I'm gonna move to Handi and Ben's situation.
Okay.
Honestly, like I don't even know where to start from. This allegation is so serious. Like it's really serious because the fact that they try to just give me a second, please. I need to do something, please.
Okay.
So the fact that they try to hide the cameras as much as possible, like whenever they have that conversation, it's really looking weird on their behalf because none of the viewers saw what happened. We just saw the conversation that led to Ben is touching, has sexually assaulted me. And it's really a strong, allegation. So the fact,
yeah,
I don't know how he's gonna show the footage from the. I don't even know where it began. Like it's a surprise to me as a viewer, and the fact that she's hurt by it, he's hurt by it, needs to be really addressed, in my opinion. So yeah, this. Sorry.
Do you want to round up? Do you want to round up? Because you're off and on.
All right, then let someone else speak, then I'll come back, please.
Okay. I think that's better. Thank you so much. I wanted to respond to the first things you mentioned about Onyeka explaining to Victoria after the Sunday Live eviction show that Ozee brought her head close to his, but there was no lip contact and stuff. Frankly speaking, it just completely contradicts what a lot of people actually watched. And if we know Onyeka for how she has portrayed herself to be on the show, I'm not going to believe anything that comes out of Onyeka's mouth with regards to that kiss, because we know how she's been trying to manipulate the conversations with Victoria, going to go and ask Victoria, do you like Ozee? Do you like Ozee? We know that she's been trying to play mind games with Victoria, and Victoria never fell for it. So she brought in a lot of made-up stories and even lies to, present a case of, do you know that Ozee likes me and now he's with you? So I don't believe Onyeka at all. So I'm just going to completely disregard whatever she said. Also, if really their lips did not touch, remember, In the diary room, Ozee had the opportunity to explain to Big Brother that, okay, Big Brother, I remember there was a situation where I brought Onyeka's face towards mine, but we did not kiss. Rather, I pecked her on the lips. I think that would have sufficed for a more reasonable defense line or line of defense, right? But him now saying that such a thing has never happened. How do you kiss somebody or peck somebody? Should be you bring your face towards the person's own, right? Whether you want to kiss on the forehead or peck on the cheek or peck on the arm, you are bringing your face towards the person or you are bringing the person towards you. So there was an action, there was a movement. So the fact that Ozee was denying that such a thing happened, it was just appalling. And then last night during their reconciliation conversation, when Ozee mentioned that, oh, Big Brother wanted to set me up, he said XYZ, Onyeka was like, oh, I think I remember what Big Brother was talking about. Once again, at that point in time, I expected Ozee to ask her, oh, and do you remember what happened? How did that happen? But you could see his body language that he remembered. But he was acting like he did not remember and he just did not want to talk about it, possibly because he does not want to say things that will rile up his girlfriend on the outside. And Onyeka remembered. And they were calling it a kiss, but it wasn't actually a kiss. Now, it's a kiss, but according to Nigerian definition, when people say, oh, they kissed, people would think it involves saliva, teeth, and tongue, and whatnot. But a kiss could just be a peck. A peck is also classified under a kiss. So, Ozee saying they did not kiss, he's probably trying to give the impression they did not have a French kiss. But they kissed, in other words, they pecked. So he could have just owned up to it. Onyeka knew that it happened, and she too was trying to, anyways, forget about it. But let's move on to Nelita. We speak to Nelita, and then we're going to quickly dash back to YouTube to speak with Jay Fansworth. Hello, Nelita.
Hi, Glory. Good evening.
Good evening. You're welcome. How are you?
I'm fine. I hope you are well too.
I'm doing great. Thank you for asking.
So I'll start from Wani and then Handi and then Ben situation. Okay. So for the Handi and Ben situation, right, I figured that, okay, there may only be 2 or 3 reasons why Biggie is not really elaborating or talking about this or trying to show us whatever it is that happened, right? So in my own opinion, right, the first thing I thought is that, okay, probably because this sexual harassment thing is a thing that actually stir people up quickly. Like people tend to take it like not with levity, and especially in this part of like the Africa, which is Nigeria.
Yes.
So people tend to, in all honesty, if this thing gets out, or any even me that I've not even heard the situation, I already blame Ben. Like I already have this notion to blame Ben. I'm not trying to. This is not because probably I'm a female or I don't know, but it's just like it's an imbued thing, right? That okay, when you hear situations like this, you just naturally feel like, okay, the male the male party in this thing is actually the one that is guilty of it.
Yes.
So in my mind, right, I already blame Ben. So if it comes out in like, okay, this comes out in light, like everybody just sees it, or probably housemates are discussing about it, everybody begins to pick sides. So I feel like that's one thing that Big Brother is actually trying to avoid. He doesn't want people to pick sides without knowing whatever it is that is fully happening.
Yeah.
And the fact that he's not even showing us make it more frustrating, because I don't know why he's not even showing us.
Yes.
Because Big Brother of the past that I know, he would have actually attended to this situation. But I mean, it's taking too long. So in my own opinion, that's the first reason. And the second reason is that probably that Biggie is just trying to like create an event or a situation around this whole thing. I don't know, probably he's just trying to play around with our heads, people, let's just keep people thinking that, okay, there's something that happened, there's this thing that happened, this did not happen. So I don't know, maybe just wants the talk around the whole show to keep going like that. Yeah. And honestly, I honestly feel like probably he's trying to cover up too, like not to spoil one's image, because if people later finds out that, okay, probably it's Ndi that is lying against Ben, people begin to do like, let's pity Ben, we need to keep Ben in that house. If probably for what, because I did. And if people now later find out, okay, yes, Ben is the one at fault here, he saw his own limit, even beyond the old big brother thing.
Mm.
Whatever he has worked for can crumble in a day. So I mean, it's a very sensitive thing. So I guess the reason why I'm not like I'm trying to patch up for.
I totally understand you. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yes, so but I really feel like that's the thing around it. So for Ozie and Onyeka, I really hate that I'm talking about this thing right now because those two, especially Onyeka, has been really pissing me off on that show. I don't know why, but I don't know. Onyeka has really been pissing me off. Like when they were having that reconciliation meeting yesterday, and Onyeka was saying like, okay, I think after the eviction, and then Onyeka went to meet Victoria. The first thing that really annoys me is how Onyeka has this audacity to go and even talk to Victoria. Like, why would you even think, okay, this is the first thing for me to do? Even before the live eviction, she has had a conversation with Victoria that, okay, do you like Ozee? Do you like this? Do you like that? It's so childish. Like,
did you hear the way she was explaining it to Biggie? Did you hear the way she was explaining it to Big Brother in the diary room? That means I just wanted to ask her, that childish way of talking.
You are not looking, you're making everything look as if I am not even watching, or I am watching the back of my
head.
Like you go into Big Brother house and then you behave like, I don't know what I'm doing, or I don't know, this is what I'm trying to do, this is what I'm like, to this shit up, and you messed up, that is it. It might be your strategy, but you messed up, and that is it. But you go in, you did not the most time. You whisked over this thing. I don't know the reason why these people still believe that, okay, when you cry to the viewers, they give you votes. I don't know. Because that's a cringy strategy. You can't just go there and not have a solid strategy, and then your strategy is just come and be crying. And the place I really knew that Onyeka is not like it's not like this is her strategy. I feel like this is how she behaves outside the house. And it is so annoying. Somebody needs to call her to order. And then probably, maybe she needs help. I don't know. She feels so much like, she feels like, oh, I am all this, I am all that. She's so delusional. And so are her fans too. Like, both of them, they are so delusional. I don't know why. But I just feel like, you people, can you just look through everything? And the last time, like, the spanking thing, when Ibuka asked her, and she was like, she didn't even think that was a spank. She didn't even feel it. I'm like,
she didn't remember.
You asked for it. Are you mad?
She first said she didn't remember whether it even happened or the location, whether it was at the party.
I'm like,
something that just happened.
I'm like, after the spanking, you still went to meet Suj where he was eating. Like, he needs to spice things up. Definitely, you knew what you were doing.
I was rubbing his body, rubbing his head,
Yes. I'm like, you knew what you are doing. You just exactly know what you are doing. Your actions, everything, you are aware of everything. But I don't know why you keep being delusional, like, okay, I don't know what I'm doing, no, I don't know what I'm doing, no. And I really like the fact that, okay, if anything, if I didn't even like anything about in that their reconciliation meeting yesterday, I like the fact that Ozee told her that, why are you being my mouthpiece? If I like somebody, let me do the workings myself, not you going to the person and say, hey, do you like this thing? I think Ozee likes you. I think Ozee, you are even insinuating that she's wearing short skirts because of Ozee. I don't get it. Who is this Onyeka girl? I don't know where she came from. But that's that about her. I really don't like talking about Onyeka because when I talk, you feel like it's probably because I don't like her or anything. But I just want to leave her out of my matter. She's the least of my concern right now. Coming to my Tofa and Anita, oh God, I don't know. I have not been in the right mental space since yesterday. Like, I don't even know what to do. This thing did not happen to me, but I just don't know. On that Sunday, I just need the live audience to shout, please, Anita, forgive Tofa. That's what I want them to do. Okay, so when I get that she really has preference, right? Like, as I think it was Mr. E that said that from YouTube. Like, I don't know. You never can tell. Maybe you can just like just remember the good memories. Just forgive this guy.
Melissa, you're so invested.
I even me as a viewer, I'm so much gone. So please
Yes,
just for my sake, just please be with this guy in the house. And probably when you are out and maybe you guys can sort something out. But I don't know, but I just want them to be at peace because since yesterday I don't even know the essence of watching this Big Brother show. I don't know. Probably because I am just watching them and I don't know. I don't like the space they are into right now. And I really get that Anita's emotions are very, very valid. Like they are valid. Some ladies would have done much worse. Like, I mean, I don't know. He shouldn't have lied, but I feel like this is what Tofa was trying to prevent, right? Like he was too scared. I could even tell, even he was not even eating well at some point. Like I could really tell that, okay, yes, I love this girl so much, I don't want to lose her. And the whole standard thing, like Anita really made it clear, like, okay, I have this standard.
Yeah.
And the fact that Ben said she wants to get married next year, anything that concerns Ben, I don't want to hear. Ben is a weapon fashioned against this my sheep. I don't understand.
Ben is unnecessary
evil because of Ben in the first place. It was Ben that brought up this age issue. It was Ben.
He was the one now.
It was Ben. I don't know. It was Ben because they would have actually carried on the ship and probably they would have been asking themselves at the talking stage of the ship that, oh, how old are you? How old are that? Whatnot and whatnot. At least if she didn't ask him at all, would have something to say that, okay, yes, you didn't even ask.
Yes.
Right? Yes. But now she asked him 2 times. I mean, she's not even really mad because she's younger, but she's mad because, okay, why did you lie? I gave it 2 opportunities. Why did you take them for granted? So I don't know. I really hope they settle, and I really hope Anita will try it out. I know she has a preference. I know she has a choice, and they're very valid. But I mean, I just really hope that she will try it out. I mean, if you look at it, this and night, they're the same thing. It's not a matter of turning it down.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Nalita. I wish I could address you by your real name, but thank you so much for bringing so much laughter with your analysis. That was really beautiful to listen to. Thank you so much. Okay, Eskuku, and for those of you that are just joining us, you're especially welcome. Eskuku is asking for, the questions of the conversation. So we are analyzing the Handi's allegations against Ben, specifically how Big Brother and production are handling the situation. We're also looking at Onyeka and Ozee's lies in their triangle situation that they have resolved now. And then finally, we are looking at Topher's age reveal to Anita, Anita's reactions, viewers' backlash, or some viewers' backlash against her for having issues with Topher's age. So this is what we're discussing today. So if you want to contribute to the conversation on YouTube, click the link in the comment section to join. On Twitter, wherever you are, just send in a request and I will add you up. All right, let's speak with Jay Farnsworth. Hello, Jay.
Hey, Glory, how are you?
I'm good. Jay, I'm so sad because you were supposed to be the first person to speak today, but your devices were not connected.
I realized that it's because my mic and camera were both off. That's why, so I had to first switch on one of the two,
But I'm glad you're there.
How have you been? How's your week been? Finally, I saw you addressing the people who attack you, on YouTube.
Yeah. My week was messy. My week was messy. I was angry.
But what I wanted to tell you regarding that matter, I think last time I complained about not seeing some of these trolls, but I finally did see them, and I realized some of these people actually, for lack of a better word, I think they are retards. They lack comprehension. And and why I'm even saying retards, first of all, they lack comprehension, that they do not understand you always putting out disclaimers. And then secondly, they're even typing wrong English. And so you're like, so do I even have the time to respond to such people? And just so you know, on my screen, you see that yellow that yellow lining on the screen that shows the comments from viewers. I reached a point and I had to look for masking tape to put it on because I was tired of looking at that nonsense. It always bothers me. Yeah.
No, I was having that same conversation with my partner today, and it dawned on me that sometimes a major problem could be that some of these fanatics have limited vocabulary to use to describe or
Express
explain their
themselves.
point. Exactly. So I think it's also a problem of limited vocabulary because it's like somebody wants to define something and then they use
Mm.
another word, or maybe you use a word they don't understand, and instead of
I
them to
could give
seek
an example.
clarity,
I could give an example of where
please.
some viewers think the season is boring. To some people,
Mhm.
it could be boring, and then for some, it's more of like instead of saying boring, it's not intriguing like the previous seasons. If you get
Exactly.
that, yeah, it doesn't
See
keep
the
you addicted to
words.
the seat. Yeah, yeah. So
I
anyway,
totally
let me get right into it. So last time I forgot to mention one thing, Glory. I think this season is like the story of Noah in the Bible. They just went on the streets, they didn't do auditions, and they said two people keep on entering one by one. And when they got their 14 pairs, they were like, that's it. There were no auditions. Because these housemates, oh my goodness. We can't have a whole week. Last week, it was totally boring. And on Sunday, was it Sunday? No, Saturday, that's when they decided to give us all the drama. I stayed
yeah.
up till I don't know what time it was in Nigeria, but I stayed up till 7 a.m. The drama is still
Sure.
going on between the twins, the fights, and
Hmm.
everything that was going on, Suja and Nelly. But
Hmm.
most today, I want to mostly address your gender. Oh my goodness, Glory, your gender. Ha 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 ah
We're
ah.
just girls. We're just girls.
And that's the strategy that Nelita pair are playing. And
They're
I
so
realized
dainty. Oh my
they're
god.
so good. They can emotionally drain a guy. One time she's like this, tomorrow she's like, and when she tells you she doesn't want you to touch her, she's meaning she wants you to actually touch her. Remember when I made a
Yeah.
comment about that fight that misunderstanding that Suj was having with Nelly? It's like Nelly
Yeah.
was like, I was telling him, can you just grab me and do something? Do something. You're just looking at me. I don't have to be the one to tell you that. And I'm like, wow. It was really too much.
Crazy.
Yeah. Then I don't know how old these housemates really are, but I have a problem with this thing of my madam, my madam. I thought that's usually why not my babe, honey. So, such words. But my
It's a
madam. Now
typical
when
thing in
I
Nigeria.
no, the thing is that
Yes.
okay. Now imagine like the Zinwe pair. Chinwe always called Zion my babe, 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 babe. But then now
Yeah.
when I see, imagine now Tofa calling Anita my madam. I have a problem
So
with
let me
that
let me
because
let
they.
me quickly explain that here. Let me quickly explain that. In this
Okay.
our Nigerian society, yeah,
Yes,
when
please.
someone is always referring to someone as my babe, it means they are still on that relationship level, they are still doing lovey-dovey, but there's a possibility that there's no potential for marriage. But when the couple or both parties they keep on referring to my madam, my oga, if they are married, they acknowledge the relevance of that person in their life. But if they are not married, just know that they have dated to the level where they are sure that they will marry that person. So there's that respect, there's that regard, that reverence for that person. So when Ozzy kept on saying my madam, I knew okay, this one, that's probably the person he wants, because he said yesterday that, oh, I'm 37 and you want to spoil my relationship. It's like
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I
it's
had,
like
I
the
had.
guy has been cooking, he's been
Yeah.
cooking this relationship.
Mm, I realize that, and
Yeah.
one thing the guys should note is that you can never beat ladies when it comes to emotional manipulation. I realized Ozzy went around, he he was paying the fact that Onyeka was not speaking to him, and he
Mm.
thought he would be the one to give her the silent treatment. He kept on saying she has to come and meet me, and I was like, "You're joking. You will wait. You will wait until the season, no, until she gets evicted." It's just the same as that time when the Aces brothers during the week, momentarily when Suj wanted to give Suj and Tofa actually wanted to give the Nelita pair space, and they realized no, these girls are not backing down. We have to go and meet them. That's why you see, Anita kept on telling who Tofa that you know what, you did not come to meet me. I heard you laughing with your friends and what, but you did not come to meet me. You'll come and meet those ladies. Trust me, I have dated women, and I know when it comes to emotional manipulation, you'll get drained as a man unless you go and meet them. They'll not meet you. You're
It's like,
very
how
good at.
dare you breathe? How dare you breathe?
Exactly, that's their field. Yeah. Then I wanted to also address this whole why I think the show over the years it feels like it's losing somehow, to some degree it's losing that touch. Maybe it's also because it's our fault as the audience also. All the time when they
Hmm.
try to spice up something, bring something, we are so fast to to judge, or should I say to judge and tell to tell the production team, this is not cool, this is not what we want. So I sort of feel like what happened in Bibi Mzansi, how they addressed that issue of the gentlemen. I forget them, the guys who wanted, okay, and because of inebriation wanted to rape that girl. They are, not
Mm-hmm.
that they wanted to rape her, but they, in their statements, they
Their
say they make
conversation,
such,
yeah.
yeah, their conversation. So I feel because of how it went down, and I feel like BBN usually gives the housemates more grace as compared to BBM, where they are really extreme. If it happens that afternoon, in the evening, they're addressing it and you're leaving.
Hmm.
So BBN, it's like it usually gives housemates grace that you have time to reflect upon your actions. If there is
Yeah.
room for you to reconcile with the person, you with a person you wronged, you're able to have that settled, and then move on with the show. So that when you come out, the society does not really
Hmm.
swallow you up. So that is what I wanted to address. And then
Hmm.
lastly, glory. I've never been a shipper. I don't like shipping and anything, but you see that Tofa and Anita, they
Hmm.
are. I'm a hopeless romantic, by the way, and I'm a hopeless romantic. So seeing their story, it sort of took me
Yeah.
to series like, I don't know if you ever watched the Vampire Diaries. Their story sort of
Nice.
took
It's
me
too much for
to
me.
that space. Sort of took me into that space, and I was like, oh, like last night I sat down, and until they went to bed, that's when I also decided to go to bed. I was so
Hmm.
sad, so sad.
Hmm.
But then Anita's reasons are valid, and I don't think it's necessarily about Tofa lying about his age, but because you are my person, I have trusted you, I've
Yeah.
been vulnerable with you, I've shared the
Yeah.
most intimate things about my life with you, and
Yes.
the time when I tried to have a conversation with you about this, you wanted to make me look like the bad person, and then I
Yeah.
decided that what, let me just leave it. But then we
Yes.
still went on, living our lives like everything was normal. Because you remember the question she asked him, that why now?
Hmm.
Why now? Like, why are you telling me this now? Or
Yeah.
yes. So, but I'm hoping that as time goes on, they'll reconcile, get back together.
Hmm.
So, other than
Yeah.
that, unless you have questions for me, that's what I have to
Yeah.
share. Oh, and then by the way, about Onyeka, Onyeka knows
Hmm.
exactly what she's doing. See the
Mm-hmm.
difference of the character that Onyeka portrays when they are going to have when they are going to carry out their wager tasks. And the
Mm-hmm.
Onyeka, when she's interacting, the other
Mm-hmm.
Onyeka, the Onyeka during tasks is a serious one. And then
Mm-hmm.
the one who goes into Biggie's diary room or is having conversations with housemates is the kind who feigns ignorance, pretends not to know
Mm-hmm.
what she's doing. And
Mm-hmm.
then, because I know Onyeka say that she's the kind of person who will run you straight, so
Mm-hmm.
I see what she's doing. She knows exactly what she's doing. Yeah.
You see,
So
J. Farnsworth,
yeah,
if you understood Nigerian um, pidgin, and
yes,
I don't know if I should call it some sort of lower class lingua that
yes.
some Nigerians use.
Mm,
Personally, I would describe the way Onyeka speaks and her choice of words and the way her intonation, the way she switches everything. I'll describe it as typical Nigerian toddler language. So
mhm,
if you listen to the way some young kids that um, let me say kids that are not born by the wealthiest of the wealthiest people in the society, yeah,
mhm.
those ones that are born in, let's say, the middle class or the lower class, there's a way they speak. And this is how they
Yes.
speak, how Onyeka speaks. Like, we did not used to do like that. Ah,
Mhm.
us in our own side, us in our own
Yes.
side. We did not used to. In English, it's what you would want to say as, oh, we don't do that in where I come from. But Onyeka would twist it and say, we did not used to do like that. David is calling it snail speech pigeon. Very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah. But the way Onyeka speaks, I'm
Mhm.
telling you for a fact that
Yes.
that is the typical manner with which children that are born in the middle class, that are quite naive, that is how
Mhm.
they speak when children gather and they talk. Like, I will not give you my toy. I didn't used to do that. You know, the way they mix up English vocabularies and, English grammar. So that is
I get
exactly what
it.
Onyeka is doing. And you see the way she jeers when she talks, like, me, me, That's
Mhm.
how children typically speak over this side. So
Yeah.
even when she goes into the diary room and she says, big brother, you know, come and all those you know, come and go in, come and gonna. It's typical kids' language. And for someone that is a learned lawyer or a learned
Mhm.
colleague, as they call them over here, a lawyer
Yeah.
will not speak like that in the court of law. So that is not Onyeka's true personality. The personality
Exactly.
of that
Exactly.
woman,
Mm.
that personality she's putting up on the show, it is all an act for the game. And there's nothing wrong about it. But I just wish that our fans would accept that. I'm sorry, she's not being real. She's equally playing a game, just like everybody else in the house. And there's nothing wrong about it.
And then those fans actually that are actually attacking you, I also realize some of those are some people who watch clips from social media. They don't actually watch
Mhm.
the show, and that's why you'll find some people saying, "No, they did not kiss. No, she did not do that."
Hmm.
That the time that incident happened, I was really I've never been that close to my screen. I saw everything in the presence of even of Osi and Chizoba. I wish
Hmm.
I wish Big
Actually,
Brother
Papa
would call them
was
in.
rejoicing. He was like,
Yes,
Osi just proposed. Hey,
yeah.
that one, she gets excited at everything.
Then maybe lastly, before I leave, just allow me to say this. Have you ever noticed, like back in school, these kids who
Mm-hmm.
would give off that, give off that kind of personality, like they don't understand that, but when results come back, they're among
Mm.
the top performers. I feel like Onyeka knows exactly like what we said. Onyeka knows what she's doing because you can't be a
She's
lawyer
very
and then
smart.
you're doing that because you see that game that they first won, the first wager they won, that game that Big
Mm-hmm.
Brother asked them. She was apparently the brain. She was the one brain behind
Mm-hmm.
it. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
to come up with something like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my submission
Thank
for
you.
today. Thank you for
Thank
having
you
me.
so much. Thank you so much, Jay Fansworth. Always a pleasure having you
Okay.
here. I just want to make this known to Onyeka's fans, all right, that they have a smart fave, all right? Onyeka is very smart, very, very smart. She's also street smart. To play the kind of game that she's playing in the house, you need to be exposed first. Number two, you need to understand human psychology, how to manipulate people, how to gaslight people, how to use emotional blackmail. Onyeka has perfected, okay, let me not say perfected because she's still a learn work. Like she still makes mistakes, right? Because if you want to use manipulation and all these things I've mentioned, sometimes you need to test certain things that you do. And then now use reverse psychology to, put the icing on the cake. So I won't say she has perfected the art, no, but she's good at it. So when people point out these things that she does, I wish her fans would not pick offense, because it's actually a compliment that you have a fave that can actually play such a game. It's not easy to play this kind of game, but she's trying. She's trying. But now the question is it sustainable? Like, can it sustain her stay in the house? Is it going to give her longevity? So learn that. Okay, let's speak with Khadija Love. Hello.
Hello, Glory. Good evening.
Good evening. You're welcome. How are you?
I'm good. How are you too?
Good, good. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Okay.
First of all, I want to talk about the Handi and Ben situation. What I'm thinking is maybe there is a possibility that Handi is overthinking it.
Okay.
Maybe because she was sleeping and she felt maybe his hand brushed her nipple or something. I've been in such a situation before. I was sleeping and I was dreaming. And in my dream, it felt like somebody was touching me stuff. Unlucky for my friend, she came waking me up and I ended up giving her a slap, thinking she was the one doing that to me. I didn't realize I was dreaming. She had to ask me, why did you slap me? I said, why were you touching me? She said, I didn't touch you. I said, no, you touched me. I felt it. And she said, no, I didn't touch you. You didn't need to slap me. So I'm like, okay. So I don't know. Whatever the situation is, we can't judge. So when people are saying, Handi is lying on Ben or Ben is, let's wait for Biggie to, maybe they saw the tape and it could be it's not what it is, or they are trying to find a way around it, because we know how this could damage. If it's true, Ben's reputation is at hand. That would be something that would damage him, like Cable or whatever. That guy was written off after he was disqualified. He was written off. So maybe production is trying to work around it, or maybe they are investing, because now it's like a mental health issue for Ben. The guy is not okay. Handi is also not okay. Maybe,
okay.
I don't know. The whole thing is confusing.
Okay, hold on a second. Hold your thought. I just want to give clarity to something, all right, so that we do not mix things up, all right? So, as we have all established here, nobody knows the truth, right? But let's give clarity to the description of the event as Handi told her own side of the story. So, what she described, she tweaks, like she demonstrated to her sister Wani and Sean that it was actually a pinch. So I need us to get it straight that there's a difference between a brush and a pinch. So yes, a pinch is actually intentional, and that's what people don't understand. A brush is unintentional and intentional. So let's say, for instance, you want to pass by Glory Elijah, and maybe your shoulder unconsciously, maybe you are trying to pass and you are trying to go through, and you unconsciously, your body unconsciously touches me or pushes me. That's a brush, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe we are in a physical fight or altercation or something, and you want to punch me and I dodge, and then your fist touches my face, like goes through my face or my head. That is also a brush. Now, in that case, it is intentional. In the other case, it is unintentional. Unintentional. But when you talk about a pinch is intentional. Now, a pinch could give pleasure or pain, right? Now, in a romantic situation or in a sexual situation, partners actually pinch their partner's private part or whatever to give pleasure and pain. It is erotic, it is sweet and whatever for those people, right? And maybe when kids are playing or maybe they are fighting, they also pinch each other. It is done sometimes to inflict harm. to inflict pain on the person that is at the receiving end. So the way
Yeah.
Handi described it, she demonstrated that what she felt from Ben was he pinched a nipple. And as a woman, you have a nipple, I have a nipple. You know how
Very
painful it is
painful.
when somebody pinches
Yeah.
your nipple. So imagine you are sleeping and somebody pinches your nipple. You will wake up. But then what is not certain at that point in time is the reaction you will give. Some people are
Give.
saying that, oh, Andy that is very active and very, very chaotic. Why did she not slap Ben? Why did she not fight him? And I'm thinking, well, do people actually
If she
understand that
did,
there's
it
something
that would
called
be a disqualification.
yeah, so what I'm saying, exactly, bless you. Aside the disqualification part, right? People don't
Yeah.
understand that there's something called sleep paralysis, right? You are asleep
Yeah.
and something happens to you, you wake up, right? But sometimes
Yeah.
your reaction is slow to happen because
Mm-hmm.
you're trying to read the room to even understand
Process
what exactly
everything. Yeah.
happened. Exactly. So I just thought I should give clarity to that there's a difference between brush and pinch. Yeah.
Yeah, I get a clarification. I just hope production finds a way around the whole situation so that everybody will be clear on whatever happened. Because Ben want to see the tape and they want to see the
Yeah,
tape. So
exactly.
yeah, I don't know. It's I guess pre-production does something because the more they acting like they're pushing it on the side, the more they generating more conversations to the issue that happened.
Yes.
It's tiring. They need to do something about it. And about
Yeah.
Onyeka and Ozee, what I think is the two of them they are playing games, and it's like the other one don't want to accept that this one has beaten me in my own game. But my
Mm,
problem is, why would they come to the diary room and act like they don't know what they are doing? Own
exactly.
up to your shit. It's a game. It's a reality show, but you can't tell me you came to that house without a game plan for 100 million.
Mm-hmm.
No, everybody has a game plan. If I
Mm-hmm.
were the housemate, the diary room is where you have to deliberately talk about your strategy to the viewers so that
Mm-hmm.
the viewers know, okay, this is what this person is doing. This is not her,
Mm-hmm.
but this is a strategy. But if
Mm-hmm.
you guys come to the diary room and act like naive, I don't know what I'm doing, then you want to tell the viewers as like the viewers are stupid or something. They didn't see
Mm-hmm.
what they are seeing, or they are just forming things in their own mind. Own up to your
Mm-hmm.
shit. Yeah, big brother, this is my game plan. This is how I want to play the game
Exactly.
this week. This is, own
Exactly.
up to it will even be. I've never seen any housemate owning up to their own strategy. That's what I'm like. Why do people act like you don't remember what you are doing in the house? You get to the diary
Exactly.
room and you want to act like holy angels. The moment you get to the house, you act different. The diary room is where you have to play out your cards for the viewers to know, this is a gamer. You don't know. This is how
Mm-hmm.
somebody will even say, I like this girl. Let me vote for this girl. She knows what she's doing in the house. She's keeping us
Absolutely.
entertained.
Mm-hmm.
But they'll come to the diary room and be acting any like, and Onyeka crying. Oh my God. Her
Mm-hmm.
crying now is very annoying. Very, very annoying. Like, I don't understand. What you act different, you come to the diary room, you are crying. For what? And the viewers are complaining that the show is boring. They should zip it. They should zip it. If somebody is giving basketballs, the person is this, the person is that, the person is this. Everybody decide to be quiet. Now it's boring. Nigerians, we are not ready for a reality show. Because if somebody that is giving the drama, you guys will not vote for that person to stay in the house. You will be
Mm-hmm.
keeping the humble ones. Oh, this person is humble. This is a reality show. It's not about being humble. Being humble, the show will not be entertaining. If somebody gives drama, if people say, she's dramatic, she looks for trouble, she's like this, she's like that. Now people are complaining.
Mm-hmm.
Complaining for what? Let's enjoy the
Mm-hmm.
kumbaya going on in the house. It's how do you call it? They say Love Island or something. I've never watched that program
Ultimate
before.
love.
Uh-huh. Now that's what we
Quality
are
of time.
enjoying now. Yeah, very peaceful. But I think Biggie from the beginning, production spoiled the game. That's what I
How?
think.
How did they do
That
that?
custodian challenge, giving power to the housemate, was what destroyed the game. It started
Hmm.
making people act, I have to be in the good books of the housemate. I have to be in the, so people were hiding. Even if somebody do something because of the custodian challenge, you try to hide it just so if the person wins custodian challenge, the person will not evict you or the person will save you. I think that was what I think that was I the custodian challenge should have been maybe the middle of the game. It should be like a twist to the game.
Can I
By
point
then,
something out?
yeah,
Can I
please
point
do.
something out? I
Yeah,
mean, you have a point, but have you also noticed that last the week three's live eviction show,
yeah,
was it Monday last week when Big Brother announced that the game reset has started, like no more custodian, no more immunity, whatever, whatever. Did you
yeah,
notice that the housemates were unfazed? They just continued living their lives the way they were
yeah.
living it. What does that tell you? If you notice, everybody is trying to jump into one ship or the other. Onyeka came with her own, her sister is doing her own with OC, and then and there's Nelly, there's Anita. Everybody is trying to be in the ship. I think this problem, yeah, this pandemic, which I call it, this shipping pandemic, I think it is all the fault of the shipping viewers. I mean, those
Yeah.
viewers that love ships and
Mm-hmm.
production as well, because
Yeah.
they are the ones that have enabled it, and they have now made it look like, oh, the moment you are in a ship, once you come out, we'll give you money, we'll sponsor your brand,
Mm-hmm.
we'll build your brand. And then production
Yeah.
too, it seems like, I think it was David that actually analyzed it, that, oh, production are the only ones that can tell if it is shipping content that gives them more traffic on the show, hence the reason
Mm-hmm.
why it seems like they encourage it.
The
So
shipping.
you see, there's the business angle to it, and then there's the
Mm-hmm.
indulgence part of it. Those people that enjoy shipping content, they want to be indulged. And so these housemates, they come into the house believing that that is what is going to give them longevity in the game, because it actually does. So, do you
There is
really think?
shipping. There is
Yeah.
fake shipping. When somebody is
Mhm.
faking something, is you know, let's put the ship that I enjoyed in Big Brother history was Erica and Kidwire.
Hey,
In the history, yeah. Funny enough.
let me ask you, were we fighting that year? Were you fighting me that year?
No, funny enough, I was not fighting you. I was just me.
Because
I
that's my
watch
word.
the show. You know me. I watch the show based on it's a show.
Yeah.
When somebody is talking, I understand. Okay, that's the person's view. Maybe that's how the
Mm.
person sees it. I don't come fighting the person because the person said my fave is this, my fave is that. No,
Yeah.
you just have to put sense to it. What you
Yeah.
like is not what somebody likes. That
Mm-hmm.
year, why do I like their shipping? Is the way Kidwire will wake up in the morning and go and be looking for Erica for me. I like, yeah, you know, I like that part. I don't know what it is, but I just enjoyed their ship.
Hmm.
Funny enough. And apart from them, I've not seen any ship again maybe because they disappointed me. That's why I'm not invested into any shipping again. I don't know. After they
Their
broke
ship
up.
was too sexual for TV for me. I just felt like that
Exactly.
the ship was too, it was too sexual. Like the sexual content was too much. Like it was extreme. Come on, it was too
So
much.
you
So
feel that's what I'm saying. It feels like the two of them were involved. It feels real, some kind of reality. You understand? But what these people are doing now is like, okay, shipping sells. I have to get into a ship. I need to
yes,
force it. It's by fire, by force. That is what is it's not given, you know. You don't even see it. Oh, like this one is cooking, this one. No, you don't see. Look at Sean. Sean is the one annoying me the most. I just wish one you open her eyes and see that hey, this guy is using you. And I just hope Wani is also playing a game because she knows shipping sells and she knows the guy is not into her. Because she asked of the guy's genotype from the onset. The guy is AS, you are AS. And she knew the two of them, the possibility of not getting married is possible. So I don't know why she continued that ship. Yeah. If it's not for game. Oh, Glory, what do you think about? Like, she asked, Sean is AS. Look at Sunday. She said, I'm done with Sean. I'm not going to be with him again. It's like she's also getting the accent. I'm done. And only for me to see one in Sean's bed. I said, hey, Holy Ghost fire. I thought he said you are done, my dear.
My dear sister.
So it's like the shipping. Okay, I'm done. What if? Maybe she's thinking, what if is the ship that is keeping me in the house? Because viewers like shipping. Will come out, they'll give us gifts. You see the mentality. So that's what is. Glory, I'm just tired of them.
My sister, I'm
at this point, at this point, we are all shipping. Let's continue to ship. Glory, I'm even shipping you with Big Brother. So you also have a ship.
I'm sure you've been seeing how I've been bashing Big Brother every day. That kind of shipping won't work. We'll be fighting every day.
Oh God. Glory, let me leave for somebody else to come.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. Let's speak with oh my God. Let's speak with Coco Raymond. Hello, Coco. Hello.
Glory, can you hear me?
Perfectly. You're welcome. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you doing now?
I'm okay. I'm okay. All right. Let's hear your thoughts.
Yeah. Glory. To be honest, I don't know where to come from because somehow I might disagree with you on some things today that you spoke, and I guess that's why we're having a conversation. So,
of course,
coming to Ben and Handi Wandi situation, there were things you said that sometimes we should have this now so many people have this mentality of judging people maybe based on the way they dress or based on the way they portray themselves. And will you blame them? No, you won't blame people for judging you that way. You understand? Because I think there was a office I entered, and the first thing I saw at their door is that the way you dress is the way they address you, and which is somehow is true because um the thing, as in the way you carry yourself, sometimes is how people will take you for, as in they will take you as. The way you dress is the way people will address you. So sometimes, let's come to what, as in the situation between Ben and Andy one. To be honest, I won't blame people for thinking that she might be as in because of the way they have been acting in the house that they might be lying or stuff. It is their own thoughts. I won't blame them. That is their own thoughts. But I will thank Big Brother for handling this situation in the way. Although so many people are angry that Big Brother handled it in a different way, but I believe he's trying to protect the image of the housemates because any person can be accused of doing so many things. We have seen accusation of being a thief. We have seen accusation of being a prostitute. We have seen accusation of um, being a woman beater, which many people are claiming it might be right. We are seeing so many accusations. But when it comes to sexual harassment, we all know that it's a very big thing in the society we are today. Although in Nigeria, like so many people will say that it's not a big thing. To be honest, it's a big thing though. Even in Nigeria here, if a lady comes out, maybe underage lady comes out and shouts she has been molested, even if it's by her brother, you will see so many people that will turn out, that will come to her aid. You understand? So I wonder how
Mhm.
people says that it is not a big thing in Nigeria as a society. It's a very big thing. If a woman, even if she's of the age of 40 or 60, comes out and say her husband molested her, you will still see people will run to her aid. That is how the society is being built. So I don't see where people are coming in to say that is in Nigeria we don't take it serious. We do take it serious. People should get it clear. We have seen it so many times. Ordinary, a husband will lay his hand on his wife and everybody will talk about it. Everybody will condemn the man. So how come sexual molestation, as in sexual harassment, is not being taken serious in Nigeria? I think we should think twice before we say some things. We should understand
Okay,
that this is
Coco,
a
let
very
me
big
ask
deal.
you. Coco, let me ask you
Go
this.
ahead.
I've got two questions for you. Yeah, I've got two questions
Go
for
ahead.
you. Okay, so first one. Yeah, first one. You and I exist on this
Mhm.
Nigerian's internet space. And by Nigerian internet space, I mean all social media platforms where conversations happen every day.
Yeah.
We're also aware of the different blogs in Nigeria, the major blogs in Nigeria. When you put out posts such as this, you go to the comment section, you see the reaction of people. Coco, I just want to
Mhm.
confirm, are you aware that there's a gag situation in this country when it comes to sensitive conversations like this? One, when a woman finds herself in an abusive relationship, for instance, maybe the man is beating her and she has not left. Have you noticed or are you aware that when you check conversations around this, most of the time people are blaming the woman for even talking? It's like when
You
things
see,
like this happen, they don't, sorry?
I get you. I get what you're saying. Like,
Yeah, yes.
I
Let
really
me
get
ask let
you.
me ask the questions, yeah. So it's like when
Okay.
things like this happen, abuse, molestation, sexual harassment, the first question they ask is, why, like, basically they question the woman's role in that whole situation. They castigate the woman. And sometimes it's like the guy is already exonerated before the case even lands. There's the internet judges, and then there's the court judges. I don't know about the court judge because I've never been to a court where such a case has been, presented, right? But the internet judges, they are very, very ruthless when they judge cases like this. So what I'm saying is, have you noticed that there's actually a gag order where women are expected to not even voice it out or not even talk about it? Also, the conversation of how you dress is how you are addressed. I asked a question when I was explaining my outline, and I'm going to throw that same question at you. Yes, I agree with you on that, concept of how you dress is how how you are going to be addressed, right? But is that an excuse for a woman to be molested? And I'll give the example of, for instance, a prostitute on the road or maybe an escort that goes to sit at a bar in an hotel or a lounge or a club. So are you going to look at a woman that is an escort and say, oh, because you're an escort, I'm going to harass you to teach you a lesson? Those are my questions for you.
Okay. Glory. The first one you are talking about is the internet. The way the people on the internet react to topics like this and situations like this. For me,
Yes.
I always say this. I always say this. I believe the internet, the social media, is not where the real life is. It's a different world on its own. Why I make reference to reality, what is happening in on ground. Many people have their opinions. Like you see, among 10 people, maybe two we have a disagreement, as in two we disagree on what the remaining eight are saying. But the majority carries, as in always carries the vote. In the society now, if a girl or Glory, let's just do an experiment. If a lady now in your street walks, as in come out and shout that she's been molested by her own brother, or let's say not her brother, no, her own father, how will people react to the situation? They will first of all rush to her aid, to the moment they can even try as much as killing the man before maybe one or two people who just want to know what the story is all about calm them down. It's a normal thing. This is society for you. There is no lady that will stand up and shout. I can say, okay, exceptions, maybe the prostitute, because they are being seen in a different light, in a different way. Which, to your second question, as a prostitute, I would say it's wrong. It's wrong for any person to harass them, maybe based on what they do. But at the same time, you should also understand that it's a risk they are also taking. They understand that this work they are doing is very risky. They know the repercussions. They know that they are open to danger. So I'm not saying that the person harassing them is right. I'm just saying that they are also putting themselves at risk. And we all know that the society does not smile to prostitutes, especially when they know that you are into prostitution. People see them as a wasted, maybe a wasted being or something, if I can say that. To me, I don't see them that way. But this is how the society operates. They all know standing on the road at night at around 10 or 11 or 12 is risky. Anything can happen to you. And whatever happens to you, nobody can lay claim or something. If the government decides to fight for you, good and fine. But how many people can come out and fight for you due to the kind of work you are doing? So I think it's two ways. They are putting themselves in that situation. If they didn't put themselves in that situation, the harasser will not see them. That is what I think. But
Okay,
at
so
the
let me
at
ask you a follow-up question. Yeah, let me ask you, and I'm
yeah,
really
go
glad
ahead.
we're having this conversation so that people would understand what's going on. Yeah. So we've talked about the society at large. Now let's talk about the Big Brother society that we're watching on TV, right? Now, I'm sure that personally, I'm sure that for anybody that wants to audition for a Big Brother show, aside being a good game player, aside being a strategist, aside being having the good looks, aside being talented, I strongly believe that one of those qualities they should possess is self-control. Do you agree with me?
True, true.
Yeah, self-control. Now, self-control definitely applies in all areas of their lives in Big Brother's house. Self-control in how you address issues, because if you overreact, it might lead to a physical assault that might lead to your disqualification from the house, right? Now, self-control also applies in how you consume alcohol in the house, right? Self-control
Mhm.
also applies to how you bridle your tongue, by not saying unnecessary things. For instance, I'm sorry, unfortunately, Ben is the prime suspect, or rather example here. This guy has an unbridled tongue. We've seen how he says things that he shouldn't even be saying on live TV, right? But that's just an example. So bridling your tongue. Now, self-control also applies in how you relate with the opposite gender in the house. What do I mean? It's a confined space. You know that people from different walks of lives are going to be in that house. Sexy girls, hot guys, girls with banging bodies, girls with see-through clothes, girls that would probably even walk naked around the house, especially on Thursdays during the pool party, girls that are going to be wearing little, like very revealing bikinis, little to nothing. People are literally going to be walking naked on Thursday during the pool parties. So, how do you exercise self-control as an individual? Are you going to say that, oh, because we're in a confined space, this person should know how to dress? No, they have no obligation to dress decently for you, because everybody is in that house to play the game. And as far as some people are concerned, part of playing the game is driving the guys insane for the women. Oh, however way they can do it to cause distractions, probably through their physical looks or through their own mental games, they will do it. So, what if the way these girls are dressing in the house? And when we say the way they dress, let's also be mindful that most of the times these girls wear gowns, they wear long skirts, They wear gowns, they wear long skirts. So let's not talk about it as if they are only wearing pants and bras and walking around the house. No. The only thing that is very revealing is the fact that they don't like wearing bras, and they've explained why they don't wear bras. And they are endowed, they are busty. It is not their fault that they are busty, right? So we're still talking about self-control. In Big Brother's house, a confined space where games are being played, do you still think it's their fault if people will address them the way they're addressing them because of what they are wearing on the show? As a question.
Like you said, like exactly what you said. Self control is a personal thing. Like it depends on who is who. Me, I know the self control I have. I know what I can fall for and what I cannot fall for. I know how to control
Mhm,
myself, but I cannot control another person from doing
mhm.
whatever they want to do. Now,
Yep.
in this same light, we all know that okay, there are strangers coming to the house who will dress anyhow, who can even walk naked in front of the cameras. Yes,
Mhm,
that is your own business. But what we are saying now is if you are going to dress that way, not caring about what people will say, then you shouldn't be bothered about the way people address you. Because if you dress normally, if you are fully dressed, if you carry yourself in a certain light, people will
mhm,
address you. Yeah, there are a majority of people that will follow you and say, okay, you are dressing right. And
mhm,
there are other majority of people that will say, man, you are just dressing too tight, as in you're overdressed. You understand? It's people's
mhm,
opinion. You understand? So that is why I said
mhm,
the way you carry yourself, the way you do, people will always find way to talk about it. And nobody should be blamed if they talk because you are in that house to be judged by almost every person watching the TV. You understand? Any person that tune
mhm,
into the Brother Naija is watching you, and after watching you, they will analyze you. Why analyzing you? They are judging you by the appearance, by the way you carry yourself, the way you talk, the way you communicate, as in the way you dress, everything you do in that house, they are judging you. And I think for you to be there, you should understand. You shouldn't even give a damn about what people say, but people should have an opinion of what you do. So that's why I said
mhm,
the way they dress is the way they are going to be addressed. We have seen so many scenarios. Like for me, I'll let you understand. For me, if you ask me, they ask for the cameras. You understand? And I'll tell them you ask for the camera. There are some things you do that it's not natural. You just ask for the cameras. Another person might have a different opinion and say that is a very good content. You understand? That is a different thing. The way I see it is not the same way another person sees it. So it's just two people judging you in a different light. But all the same, what back to the Ben and Wannixhandi situation. I believe Big Brother handled it in a very good way because number one is that she waked up. I don't know, but Glory, if you can tell me, did she
mm.
first told Big Brother? Did she first told Big Brother before Big Brother aired that conversation between them and Sean, or was it later after they aired them and Sean talking about it? Then Big
No,
Brother
she didn't.
called them into the diary room.
No, she didn't tell Big Brother. So I think the thing happened the evening before the next day morning. So it was the morning that she was now telling them what she had felt. Yeah. And
So
so
you
Big
mean
Brother had
so
called them. Yeah.
so you are saying that she told us, as in she already told that conversation has already happened before Big Brother called them into the diary room. Is that what you're
Yes, the
saying?
conversation had happened in the morning, and then Ben was the one that was called first. I think the next day or maybe that evening or whatever. And then Handi just started getting her own calls, I think today.
Okay, so what you just said now, it seems like you and I, with other viewers, and Big Brother himself, just find out through the conversation between Wani, Handy, and Sean, because she didn't report it. And let me make reference to
I doubt.
the history book. Okay,
I
let me make
doubt.
reference to the history book of Big Brother. Remember the last time this same incident happened? T-Boss was the person that it happened to. I think the accuser, I mean, the accused was Kemen, Kemen. Listen. So my question is, when it happened to T-Boss, did she discuss it with any of the housemates, or did she went straight to the diary room and reported it to Big Brother? And if I can remember, if I can think, I do remember that most of the housemates heard it from Big Brother when he was scrutinizing Kemen. If I can remember, I still don't remember, but I think it's something like this. And if you compare the two scenarios, you understand that in Tibo's time, she went straight to Big Brother and laid her complaint. And everybody was doing, nobody heard about it until Big Brother called a meeting
So are
and
you saying Handi
scrutinized.
shouldn't have told her sister and Sean?
I'm not saying yes, as in I'm not saying she can tell her sister. Two of them came into the house the same way. But the first thing they could have done is to go to the head of the house, the person that they are under their roof, which is Big Brother. Go and lay that report. And that is how he will take it serious. Because when he take it serious, I don't think we will be seeing that I don't think Big Brother will air that conversation between them and Sean if Big Brother had known that this such a thing happened. So that is what I'm trying to make you understand here. And Big Brother
Okay,
is trying to take his time.
yeah.
Big Brother
Okay,
is
Coco
trying to
Raymond.
take. Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead.
So, Leah, God, this is getting very interesting. So, here's the deal, yeah. According to
Uh-huh.
what we have seen on the show this season, because as far as I'm concerned, aside them, by the way, twins, I have actually seen outside. I don't know any of these people from Adam. I've never even come across their Instagram page. None of them, you know. So I had no idea, no prior knowledge of the bond or closeness between the twin sisters. Yeah. So from what we've seen on the show, these twin sisters, they have a crazy bond that is very intriguing. They finish each other's sentences, they begin each other's sentences. It's like they read each other's mind. That is how in sync they are. They literally say things in unison. That is how close they are. So something happens to one, and then she woke up in the morning and she shares that thing with the other, right? And while she was talking about it, Sean happens to, come around. And of course, because Sean is also her friend. Now, look at it this way: her sister is a soulmate, then Sean is her best friend in the house. That is the relationship these people share, right? So, quite naturally, this is her confiding in these people what allegedly happened to her the previous night. So it's not like she picked up a megaphone and went to strangers to go and tell them that, oh my God, this person did this to me or that person did that to me. No, something happened to her the previous night. And so she just woke up and she's still, in quotes, traumatized by that event. And so before having access to Big Brother, she decided that, okay, these are the people that are closest to me in the house. I need to confide in them. And so she did that. Now, we are still talking about allegedly because we are not sure what happened. Now, the sister that is a soulmate gives off a natural reaction that any sibling will give. Any sibling that hears that their sibling or their brother or sister went through that would definitely react. So the sister reacted by expressing anger and, demanding that they must ask for people that to play the clip, to show the clip, to prove that they are not making it up. So when you now say that T-Boss went straight to Big Brother, I just wanted to remind you that T-Boss's season is quite different from No Lose Guard season. This is a paired season. People came into the house with twin sisters, relatives, friends, colleagues. So don't you think the situation you are referencing is actually quite different? That's the question.
No, why I will say, in somehow I will agree with you because they came paired. That is the only reason I'll agree with you. There is a different season, but it still remains Big Brother's house. You understand? And it still remains a
Mm.
reality show. And it still
Yeah.
remains that those housemates are in there to give content. And I think this is my second thought on this about content. Now,
Hmm.
this is a serious case. This is a serious case about molesting, sexual harassment.
Hmm.
The first thing that could have been done is to maybe talk to your sister. Nobody will argue with that. Talk to your sister.
Mm-hmm.
She is your sister. She is the first person. The
Yeah.
second thing straight is straight to Big Brother and lay a report. There is
Mm-hmm.
nothing that if you do not lay a report to someone, nobody will know what is happening. Now, you came out and you are discussing, and Sean came in, and you told Sean, and the other twin brother came in. Did they? I think they kept quiet at that moment for him to leave, and they continued.
Mm-hmm.
So if you
Mm-hmm.
understand, if that was so serious and you really want to take it up on this same person, the whole housemate should know. We all know how things happen in the society. This is okay. Let's imagine this happening in the society. Your sister, let's say you are living in a compound where you are living with your sister and there are guys in your compound. And your sister comes back, as in you come back in one day, and your sister told you something that is has been bothering her, that one of the neighbors sexually harassed her. As a sister, you will act the same way Wani acted. In fact, you will shout on top of your voice until going to your neighbor's house to bring him out and letting everybody know that this is a serious case. Now,
So,
in
Coco,
Wani's and Handi's, oh,
I think you're
yeah,
contradicting yourself, Coco. I'm sorry, with
no,
all due
understand,
respect. I think you're
no,
contradicting
understand my
yourself. Do you
point.
know why? I get your point,
Un-
Coco, but you know,
understand
few
my
moments
point.
ago, few
Uh-huh.
moments ago, yeah, a few moments ago, you
Uh-huh.
said you compared this situation to T-Boss's situation. That T-Boss went straight to report to Big Brother without talking to anybody. Now, what you
Yeah.
are meaning, because that's what you are insinuating. You're insinuating that
Uh-huh.
Handi, if it was that serious, she shouldn't have told anybody. She should have gone to Big Brother. And I explained that situation, and you said you agree with me. And now you are talking about, oh, the one of them, by the way, twins came around and they stopped talking. And when he left, they continued. That if it was that much of a serious situation, they would have, made a fuss about it. They would have shouted, da, da, da. And here's where you are contradicting yourself. On one hand, you weren't expecting them to make a fuss about it until they reported to the head of house, who is Big Brother, right? Now, on the other hand,
Uh-huh.
you're expecting them to make a fuss about it. But here's the thing, right? Which also buttresses my point. As much as this thing happened, the girls, don't you see that if allegedly it really happened, don't you see that they only spoke to her sister, who is her soulmate, and her best friend, who is Sean, because she does not want to really draw the attention of the whole house to it until Big Brother addresses the issue yet, right? I mean, don't you see it that way? Because imagine if she starts shouting about it and shouting about it, and the thing now, definitely the whole house will have a negative impression about Ben. So don't you see that the reason why she did not make a fuss about it, she did not shout about it, don't you see that she's possibly considering not disgracing Ben? Because it was even her sister that was really angry, Wani, and the sister was like, this thing has happened to me before, Andy, don't let it slide. You must tell people that to bring out the clip. Handi, on the other hand, was trying to be hush hush about it because she does not want to embarrass Ben. So that is how you're actually contradicting yourself. So I think
No,
fine, let's just create a balance. All
look,
right, let's create a balance.
good. Listen, I don't know if you see it as contradicting, but I don't think that is what I'm doing. What I'm trying to make you understand is just you have told your sister, which is your partner. Let's say it happens to um Kelly and his wife. She will
Yeah.
tell her husband first. You after telling
Yes.
her husband, who is the next person
Yeah.
they should tell? His big brother. And that
Of
is what I
course.
expected from them. But they didn't go that way. And they all know that the cameras and they are with microphones. You understand? The camera is
Mm-hmm.
on you. and you're with microphones talking about those kind of things to Big Brother, and that is why I understand that Big Brother is removing, maybe muting their mics and removing the camera from them, is because he might feel that it becomes a content because you are trying to let the whole world know that this is what is happening. You are with mics and camera is on you, and that is why he's trying his possible best to remove that particular spotlight from you at that moment when it concerns the sexual harassment, and let him handle the situation himself. So I see what I am just trying to say is that this is a serious case, and when this serious case happens, we should tell the person in charge of the house. That is all I'm saying. We shouldn't, as in, for me, I see it as, if you ask me, I see it as content. It's just like trying to let the whole world, okay, this is what is happening. It becomes like you are trying to create a content out of a serious case this way, from this thing. So it's better you should let Big Brother, if Big Brother has called them into the diary section, into the diary room, like you say, Big Brother called Ben into the diary room and told him not to speak about it. I believe it's the same thing he told Wani and Handi, not to speak about it, we will handle it. That is what it should be. Because the moment they start speaking about it, and like you said, if the housemate know about it, everybody will be surprised. It will change the game entirely. The whole world will see Big Brother in a different light. So what I'm saying is that let Big Brother handle it the way he wants to handle it until he has his clarification on this. So big Glory, sorry I've taken your time. It's a nice
Yeah, you have to round
conversation.
up now. You have to round up now.
I'm already rounding up because other things
Yeah.
I think others can speak, but it's a nice
Yeah.
conversation as I'm talking with you. Huh? So
Thank
good night.
you.
Huh?
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And listen, Coco Raymond, no hard feelings. You know, this is what we do here. We bring different
Yeah.
perspectives to discuss. And I really appreciate that you brought your, an entirely different perspective. It also gives room for different angles, right? So thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, let's speak with Mabato. Hello.
Hi. Hey, I am
Please
well.
snatch that breath to bring out the depth of your voice. Sir. How are you? You've been
I am
missed.
getting better. Oh, I've
You've
been.
been
Can you hear
missed.
me? Because oh,
Listen,
I've
I
missed
can
you
hear you
too.
breathing. Nah, I have thoroughly missed you. I have missed you. How have you been?
Yeah, sis, I have not been in the best of health. So that's why I've been like in and out, but now I'm getting there. I'm getting there, and I was
I'm
like,
glad you feel
okay,
better.
good. Today,
I'm glad you feel
yeah,
better.
I know. I was, oh, thank you. I was like, today I'm coming in. And I want to start with, the Lord has done it finally. Finally, I'm here. I am here, Glory. The Lord has done it. I am here. Yeah. I know. Clearly, people are out here with their emotions, right? So, emotions are high.
Yeah,
I just want everybody to breathe. Touch yourselves, guys. Touch your heart. Touch your heart and breathe. Okay, and breathe for a little while, because
yeah,
clearly, things are very high.
yeah,
Okay, so now we get into it. What are we talking about? Ben and the whole thing. Here's my
yeah.
opinion on it. I
Mm,
think, for me personally, because I have not seen it, right? I
mm,
don't want to conclude on things that I do not know.
mm-hmm.
One thing for sure I can say is that Biggie is not doing any of us a favor by being quiet about the matter.
Yep.
You don't make such allegations by just being so nonchalant. I mean, he's literally being nonchalant about it, and that's what's frustrating everybody. And then now people are forming opinions that are not based on facts. And people, and then if we're going to look at previous Big Brother seasons, like your Big Brother Mzansi one that just happened, it's because like the cameras was literally on those two, on my KK and the other guy, while they were speaking, and the whole, well, those who watched it literally heard verbatim what happened. So that one where people were like pushing, they're like, no, we heard it, we saw it, we have recordings, people have recorded the conversation, this is what happened, and therefore we can back it up and fight, right? So now it's a matter of, Biggie, let the people also have that same experience. You people know how to zoom. They know how to zoom. They know how to zoom on a kiss. They know how to zoom on lips. They know how to zoom on things. They know. It's not like you're going to tell the whole of Africa that, no, we don't have the footage. No. Show us so that the people's anger can go where it's supposed to go. Right? It can be either, it can vindicate either of them. To say, no, Handi, you were right. You are vindicated, girl. That's how you're going. Or, who's this guy now? Ben, you were right. Then, you know what? You are vindicated, and this is how we are going to go about it. Right? And then that's what needs to happen. But right now, for me, when I always say that I'm leaning more towards a woman speaking out to say this is what happened to her. Because it is her experience, right? It is her experience. She was there. Like you said, it's a nipple. It's not like he tapped a shoulder or something. It's you pinched my nipple. Look, I was looking at my nipples when I heard that. I was like, oh my goodness, yeah. I don't mean to make you laugh, but sis, I was looking at my nipples. I'm like, okay, Mama, to maybe pinch yourself, because clearly people are confused by what she's saying. And I tried.
I did the same thing. I did it because I had to do it to really understand what this person is talking about. And if you don't have a nipple, you can't relate. Oh my God.
Exactly. I'm like, okay, if it was any other area you pinched me, then I would understand. But she's saying nipple, and I pinched my nipple. I was like, no, man. No, there's a different sensation when someone pinches your nipple. Let's the ladies will know, there's a different sensation. You know that a nipple was pressed. So now Biggie just has to do the honors. I don't mean to laugh, but I'm just saying Biggie needs to provide a footage for everybody. And I don't like the undercover doings of this thing of, no, we'll call you to a diary session 25 times and then we'll decide if the public has the right to know. It doesn't work, because here we are trying to have, well, some of us, Gloria, tried to have intellectual conversations. But where we all shared intellect in this world, not every one of us was given intellect. So it's not happening, It's not happening, So that's what I'm saying. But with the Ben and Handi situation, I think I'm just gonna wait for Biggie and the footage to come out, and I hope that it does come out, because it's quite ridiculous. It really is at this point. Next person, Onyeka Ozee. Bestie, are you my best friend that we can kiss? Mwah, mwah. Let's kiss. Mwah. No, you know what? I don't know what to say about Onyeka and Ozee. All I know is that they understand themselves. Okay? They understand each other. They understand themselves. But
They are back. They are back again.
they are back. Listen, they are together. They are now back together. They are now.
They will continue from where they stopped.
Exactly. No, man. It's for me, when I was like, Ozee just frustrated me because he did not want to take responsibility of what he was doing in that whole thing. I mean, he's not a child. What? He's 30 something, right? He's in his late 30s. You're a man. How do my South African people do? Say undoda, like he's an undoda, you know, he's tall, he's built. He has a connecting beard. A man with connecting beard does not know his behavior. He's lying.
Wait, Mabato, hold on. Don't be biased. Don't be biased. What is wrong with men that don't have connecting beards? Justice for men that do not have connecting beards.
There's no justice. I am not giving them any justice, okay? A man must have a what? A connecting beard. Please.
Is that a deal breaker now?
I don't know. You know, when you're like touching the beard and it's nice and you're like, oh, in the face, glory, I would fall. Even I myself, I would fall the way Onyeka fell. The trap that you said with your connecting beard and your stature. I'll be like,
oh my God.
I would fall. So for me, in that situation, they know themselves, right? Now, personally, for me, I'm a natural flirt, right? I'm a very natural flirt. So because I'm a natural flirt, until you tell me you like me, I won't conclude that you like me. You understand? Until you tell me you like me, I will not conclude that you like me. So that's what this whole triangle thing has started, is that Ozee has been on that little flirtatious thing. Oh, Onyeka, yes, what do you think? Oh, Onyeka, I was so. Oh, Onyeka. And Onyeka was like, if you're giving me signs, I will take that sign and flag it inside this house. You know, she ran with the signs. She didn't go with the what is this? The words that Ozee would have spoken. But then also Ozee was not refuting anything. They were having a conversation that I would protect you. Whatever he said, I know that you like me. I know that this and that. Ozee never, he said, what did he say though? And then he was like, what else? What else? Onyeka kept, telling, what else? What else? Now, those two, I'm sorry. You kiss me you give me a peg, mwah. Me that flirts, I will take the whole thing. My tongue will glory. The next time I see you, it's no more a peg. The next time I see you, it is no more a peg. Because why did you peg me in the kitchen? Why did you peg me in the kitchen if we cannot go further? Why did you do that? Next time I see you, you see me, we are kissing. You will have to even put the video to show that we've kissed. Glory. These are not kids. They are not kids. They are not kids. That's my whole opinion. They're not kids, so they should stop acting like they are kids, right? So it happened. It's a triangle. they are what are this? They are now back together. Ozee was seen smiling. Ozee was
The guy is
glory.
happy. He's happy. He's happy.
It's like
But
my
let me
life is
ask
back.
you this, yeah. Mabatu,
Yes.
let me ask you this, yeah, because the bone of contention here is who started it. Yes, it's been established that they both tangled, right? But from all you've watched, who do you think started it as an independent viewer that you are?
Me.
Yes, you.
Oh.
It's
As
you.
my nephew is here, he's also saying me.
Ah.
Okay. He thinks you're talking to him when you said you and I said me. He said, yeah, me. I'm like, me. So it was a confusion.
No. No.
Okay, so who do I think started it? Onyeka from the beginning. I think everybody knows that Onyeka started it. Like, guys, she started it with the whole shipping. She started it with her whole talk of snail. She started it with trying to get, close to one of them Badiwe boys just to find out where they are in life. And then they told him to go off. So now she got in as a what? As a friend. And then she maneuvered her way into friendship. And then now when you maneuver your way into a guy's space as a friend, and then they start treating you like a friend, you have to, and then as a girl, you want to come out. You have to now change the trajectory of the conversations that you guys are having. So you're going to start pointing things about yourself. My ass is like this. When I sit down, boys just always talk about my ass. Oh, you guys, this, I feel like I'm a threat. So now guys are quite simple, to be honest, in that sense. When you give them something, they're going to take it. If you're allowing him to touch your hand, he's no longer going to want the hand now. He's going to want the whole arm. Shebi, you are offering. So if you're offering a hand, let us all go all the way to that. So Onyeka started, and then Ozee, Gaga cooked it, and then Onyeka finished it with a triangle. Onyeka finished it with a triangle. So they know themselves. They know each other. They are just what? Intertwined. But I think in biggest house, it has, because you're so isolated, I believe it has a thing of heightening feelings way before they can be matured. You understand? So it has a way of, if you like someone, it's no longer you thinking you like them, it's you believing you love them. So it's that thing that's happening between them. They have already formed a bond. They want to try and create boundaries, but they don't know how to create boundaries within that space that Biggie has created. Is it not the AC that people are complaining it's cold? Besting, my sister, let's cuddle, legs together. Head. I'm telling you right now, if I put chest on man, me a man, glory. If you think Onyeka is delusional, this is your girl right here. Your girl is delulu. Your girl is the definition of what? Delusional. If I sleep on your chest, you are inviting me. Why am I sleeping on your chest?
Like,
why am I sleeping on your chest?
Okay.
And then we are pretending we are friends. I can't. No. Right. Now we are done with that. Okay, so now we get into who's this? Anita and Tofa.
Yeah.
Is it by age? Is it by age? Let me just say. Can I just confess, Glory?
Please do.
As a person that is in her early 30s, 30 to be exact, right? I'm 30 years old. I tend to also attract younger guys. Like, I don't know if it's because I look young or whatever, or I don't know, but I do tend to attract younger guys and as well as older guys, right? Like my, it's just out there. So I personally would not have a problem being with a younger guy, only if they understand and are matured enough to understand what the implications are of being with an older woman, right? And me as well, being in a mindset of understanding what the implications are of being with a younger guy, right? So I don't know. Anita crying up and down because of age. Oh, shame. Skepsil. Oh, shame. Tofa now crying because he's younger. Shame. It's okay. Thing is, if it's truly a deal breaker, then fine. Let it be a deal breaker, and let's move on. But I think this is also a societal thing whereby some women are judged more for being with a younger guy. But we've seen the success of women who are being with younger guys. I mean, there's a couple in Nigeria, I believe. Is it that Nzene or something? They're both actors. Very lovely couple. The guy is younger and the lady is older. Glory. He was in. As someone will remind me, the husband was in this movie, Ga, and then he was in something Snake. It was a production by Ramsey Noah.
Rattlesnake. Stan
Forgot it.
Rattlesnake.
Yes. Stan and Zay. Thank you. His wife is older than him, right? And there is no controversy regarding that. There's just so many. Who's this? Gap Union is married to a younger guy. There's so many, older women who are married to younger men, maybe by ages of 5 or 6 or something, right? So for me, when that came about, it, like, for me, the same as the woman, it's not a deal breaker. If, like I said, if he is matured, right? If he's matured and he's my man, we shall be together. You will not tell me about my man's age. You will not tell me about my man's age, because one, that's my man, and I see his maturity level. So I don't know, but for Anita, it's a deal breaker. For her, the girl is looking to get married, so there must be grace given to her. Everybody has their preferences. Mine is a man with a connecting beard. As I close, men must have connecting beards. Thank you. Amen. We're going to pray for those with no connecting beards. You're in our prayers. Amen.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sis.
Thank you. Mabato, just know that there's an army of guys without connecting beards waiting for you outside.
God forbid it.
They're waiting for you. Maureen, thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on these issues. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're back, and I hope you're healthier and stronger than before. Okay. Sincere apologies to those of you that are waiting in line to speak. We're continuing now. All right. And let's speak with Ini Sadiq. Hi.
Hello, Glory.
Hi, sis. Good evening. How are you?
Good evening. Very well. I said,
you're welcome.
Thank you. If you see me on Insta blog today, you'll be at fault because the way I was rushing home.
What happened?
I was dragging my way with the market women to get home and join Glory's life. They won't understand. They'll think I'm going to win money somewhere.
I'm glad you're
Okay.
here.
I want to tell Coco Raymond that when he started his speech, I was about to make a pot of soup and I finished the soup and he was still making that speech. I am angry and I want to let him know one thing. The way you dress is the way you are addressed, is never in the context of assault.
Hmm.
You don't bring in that statement. I'll play a scenario to you. At least you know me, you've seen my pictures on Instagram.
Yes.
If somebody dresses modestly and if they give award, I will get an award.
Of course.
I was in my 100 level. I was in my 100 level and I was on opposite NTA. There is Munchies. There used to be a big time supermarket 20 years ago. I went to buy food for my godfather at NTA. Me and my girlfriend. So we're buying things a lot for everyone in the office. I had a lot to carry. When we got into Munchies, I met a man. He was about leaving. I just walked in, we walked past him. Do you know this man went to his car, turned on the ignition and came back to the door of Munchies and waited for me. When I stepped out, I had bags in my hand. That man grabbed my boobs. I am busty. That man grabbed my boobs and ran back to his car. Everybody, including the women, everybody were just perplexed. They didn't even understand what happened. I dressed decently. As at 20 years back, yes, they will attack you for not dressing decently. I dressed decently. The man was, the woman there was like, and you were covered. I wore, that day was raining. You know Lagos rain. I wore a turtleneck cardigan. For you to still be attracted to me with someone that wore a cardigan, that means you can even touch a woman wearing hijab.
Of course.
The food fell off my hand. I can't phantom. And I will tell you something that up till date, if it's 7 p.m., I don't step out of my house except I'm with my husband. If I walk on the street and I see a man coming, I use my hand to cover my boobs because I am scared. I'm the type of woman that if I walk down the street, 1 or 2 heads will turn. So I'm very cautious of my body. If when I see a man sighting me from a distance and he crosses over to the other side, I feel he's coming for me. So I want to correct Coco Raymond that he should never use the word how you dress, because someone like me, I dress decently and I can't count how many times people harass me. They do it to a point that I will be feeling, if you see me dress up in the morning, you would think that even when it's hot, I'm still covered up because I don't want you to tell me that how I look attracted someone. I'm a woman. And I will tell you that we women, we desire to eat egusi, ogbono, afang, variety of soups. And we don't misbehave in the public because when we see men, we feel, do you think we can't do like that? We can behave that way too. But you see self-control. I don't know what happened between Ben. I didn't even want to talk about this topic because it's not out there. And 2, because of what happened to Kemen, the way that guy's life was messed up, I don't want to be the one, because I know that too, there are always false accusations too. And it would bend some men, a lot of guys' image forever. And even when the girls come back and say, oh, it was a false alarm, you can't take that stigma away from them. So when it comes to this kind of topics, I just try to observe what is going on till when I get to the truth. That's when I want to put in my own 1 cent. So the main reason I'm talking about this is just to tell Coco Raymond, please, Honey cannot wear agbada to sleep so that she will not attract anybody. Exactly. The strap of our bras hurts our shoulders. It hurts. When I go to work, when I come back, I'm in a hurry to get home and take off the whole armor on my body. So the 1% time that I need to lie down, you're not going to tell me to wear my bra. And two,
Exactly.
big brother's house, they need to be a little bit of freedom.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody is going to wear agbada and be moving. The last time somebody dressed beautifully on Big Brother show was during Karen. Karen used to put like Karen will knock good dressing from morning till night. But this era that girls wear body con, you're not going to tell a girl this is this is that. The only time I'll
Mm-hmm.
tell a girl the way you dress is how you'll be addressed is, are you going
Mm-hmm.
for a job interview? You will not wear a body con to job interview. And maybe you did not get the job. I'll tell you, you should have dressed to this event. This is where you are going to. You cannot wear what Handi is wearing to the house for a job interview, or you
Mm-hmm.
cannot wear what your house clothes to church. That is where
Mm-hmm.
that context comes in. But when it comes to a man harassing a woman and someone pinching someone's nipple, I don't even know. My head is
Like,
my head was just booting differently. So I don't know how someone pinch how I didn't even understand. I didn't even want anybody to play around me and come and pinch my nipple. Like I don't get, I'll slap you, like the pain. I don't know. So Coco Raymond, please, oh, the way you dress, I don't know. Maybe we should start harassing you. Maybe when we see men peeing on the streets, all the women should start stopping and be looking. So maybe people will know how women feel. It's not fair on us. Please leave us alone. Then,
please,
as for Onyeka and Ozee, this is a case of a smooth talker meet the Lulu. Mhm. Or a playboy meet the Lulu because
sometimes
Ozzy
the Lulu.
Ozzy must have met a lot of chicks that he plays with, and they all play like that. And two, when you play like that with girls in the outside world, most of them end up being your friends with benefits.
Of
They might
course.
end up not just being your relationship, but maybe they are girls you get things from. And for a girl, I'm a girl's girl. I'm not a girl's guy. I don't roll with guys. If I tell you a guy is my friend, trust me, that guy is my friend. And that guy knows nothing about my intimate part of my body. I don't know why I should discuss that with you. So I see it highly
Mm.
disrespectful when you go and talk about your snail. It's like me telling a guy, oh, I'm juicy. Are you my husband? That's a conversation
Right.
with a man I'm intimate with. So you coming on national TV every night, snail, Fairme David, snail, everybody you're snailing. You've already sold yourself cheap. I'm sorry. Because yes, it might be a show, but I don't want to be talking about my puss with every guy.
Mm-hmm.
And you're now making it, when they now make it look like, okay, you offered it, you now get angry. But the truth of the matter is that you offered it. Onyeka
Of
put
course.
herself out there. Ozzy too, being a smooth talker, I am not defending Ozzy. The only point I was laughing when during their diary session yesterday was Ozzy was going through his own Delulu moment too because Big Brother is saying Big Brother Ozzy wants to argue with Big Brother. I was just laughing. I said, Ozzy, at this point, there is something they said. Oh, yeah, say sorry. Let the case rest. That's what you should have just done because you messed up. I don't pick my platonic friends. I don't even hug my platonic friends that are guys. I'm too endowed for a guy to hug me because before you hug me, you start catching feelings. You start,
Of course.
maybe something will move on. I beg, I don't even want to be the center of any nonsense. I can remember how long it took me to wear a V-neck top. And anytime I'm wearing a V-neck top, I am with my partner because I want him to
Mm.
protect me. I don't want where I live. Men, when they see women with boobs, they look at you like a I don't know. They just saw what's that woman's name those days that we used to watch one Oyibo woman like that. So I don't get what Onyeka is doing, but I don't in Ozzy's part. I think it's highly disrespectful for his partner because he did not draw any boundary. And there is a
Exactly.
joke I tell guys: if you're Mr. Nice Guy, be extremely careful because hello can trigger or can turn another a woman on.
Mm-hmm.
Don't offer what you cannot.
Mm.
I am with someone that, oh, if he walks down the road and a girl's something fell off a girl's hand, he'll pick up and say, oh, sorry, you just dropped this. I told him, don't be doing that.
Mm-hmm.
You're a gentleman. It's good you're doing it. But girls catch feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Before you know, she's attracted to all these little things that you are doing. So that's where Ozie at his age, at 37, he should have known that there are some greetings that girls imagine, most girls that are in the Dululu world, because I don't belong to that class. I won't even discuss nonsense with you so that you won't even think that we are in that same category. He should have drawn that line at 37. It's not easy for a 37-year-old man to keep a relationship. So he should use his sixth sense and know that for me to keep a relationship now, that person shouldn't leave me and I shouldn't make that person feel insecure. Insecurity is not with someone like Onyeka. You have to protect your woman by how you carry yourself as a man. So that is where I fault Ozie for not drawing that boundary. Picking Onyeka on the lips, I don't care if I am with someone like Ozie. I don't know what he's going to tell me. Someone like me, cheating is my deal breaker, so I don't even care about what you're going to tell me. I don't know why you went on national TV and be picking a girl on her lip. I don't know. My head beats differently. These days, me, I'm thinking of you go there and catch hippies and come back home. You catch nonsense and come back. Stay away from people. I don't know. That's how my head boots. So when I see people do things in my head, I'm like, this one will go carry disease now. No, all those kind of things will just be playing out in my head. As for Anita and Tofa, I belong to the class that I don't go low. I don't understand. I don't even attract young boys, so I'm not even interested. I don't go low. Even when I was in secondary school, I had, peer groups. Oh, people are like, I drew that line like this, very clear. I don't like boys in my class. I don't like you, you don't like me. So I know where Anita is coming from. We are in Nigeria. In as much as people will make it look like, oh, no strings, nothing. We all knew what Dare Atalade went through that time. People like RMD, when he was married to me, I was still a child then. The first way my mom would describe, that guy, that young boy that married that old woman. That is Nigerian slang for you. That is what even if you're 1 year, they are senior, you just want to. So naturally, it's not a problem. It's not a problem. There are guys that are attracted to older women. It's fine. But if Anita says, I don't want a lower, younger man, that's her preference. And it's unfortunate that it had to happen this way. I wish, or I think if Tofa had told her the truth, maybe she would have considered and adjusted. But when you lied to me to get me, like you said earlier in your video this morning, I watched it yesterday too. What more are you hiding?
Yeah.
You understand? Some of us, we start relationship with 100% trust. Once you meet someone, you're going with full gear trust. It is your responsibility to keep the trust or you depreciate that trust. So in this angle, Tofa messed up because Anita was blunt about and truthful about her preference. I think he should have respected it. And maybe if I know that I'm not the type of person this person wants, but I want this person, I think I'll go in first being that person's friend and let that person's feelings build up for me. But if with time that person's feelings still doesn't build up for me, I will walk away from it. That's my own 1 cent in this whole thing.
Thank you so much, Ini. Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure having you here to share your opinion. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I really see that's words of marble, what you said, how a woman dresses should not even be an issue, should not even come up in a case of assault. Thank you very much. And I really wish that, in fact, in this our society, people get to understand that, because Ini, you are familiar with these cases that happens in marketplaces, market areas. Personally, there are times that I take trips to the market on the island, the Lagos Balogun market. If you see me the way I dress to markets, hey Jesus, you would think I'm going to the mountain to go and pray. I don't wear wig. I have to tie a scarf. And then I have to wear this long cardigan, even if the weather is hot. I have to wear baggy pants. You have to literally pad yourself. It's crazy. Because one time I went to the market and a guy looked at me and he looked at my chest. He said, "Look, see this one." In English, he said, you want to come and there was a way he said it in PG, but what he was saying was that I am coming to come and give off the impression that I'm a virgin, that I'm coming to come and seduce them. And this guy was following me. I was so embarrassed. What did I do? I don't like bra. I just decided to wear like a free bra. And I don't know how this person was looking at me from afar. And this guy was following me. I was so embarrassed. So ever since, it's cardigan now. I'm not wearing crop top or short. No, it's cardigan, like thick ones, long ones. And I have to carry a big handbag that I will now hold in front of me like this sometimes. Or if like it's crazy. So
See,
one has to now be
Lagos is
extremely
mild.
conscious. It's
Lagos
crazy.
is mild. Anybody
Oh,
that lives in the east has been to Enugu market or Nichamen market. Borrow yourself sense before you leave the house. That's all I can say. They will tear your clothes till you're naked. They'll
can you
rip them off
imagine?
your body. Yes, they are that crude over
Crazy.
there. Yeah.
Crazy.
Thank you so much, Mary.
Thank you, Ini. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, let's speak with S. Kuku. Hello.
Hi, Glory. Hi,
Oh my
everyone.
God.
Oh my
See, I
God,
feel
it's
like
been
giving you a
so
hug.
long.
It's been forever. I'm
I
happy you're able to
know.
join us. How are
I know.
you?
Every single week, I've been just having so much going on. It's like from writing my board exams to either
Wow.
health issues in the family, and then every time I say I will join, before I by the time I get a chance to pick up my phone or my laptop, I look at the time and I see it's like you're already like at the last 2 minutes of the show. I'm like, oh well, next time.
Nah, you're welcome. I am glad you're here. You're welcome.
Oh my God, it's so wonderful. Hi, everybody. And it's this season, and I'm so thankful to you for keeping us up to date, because it's
Thank
like,
you.
you know how they say you miss a day and you miss a lot. It's like I
Yeah.
by the time I don't have a chance to catch up with the videos for one day, I come back and I'm like, Gloria has already posted like how many videos. So I really want to appreciate you for that. And
Thank
so
you.
thank you so much for keeping us up to date.
Thank
So
you.
going to the Handi and Ben issue with and production,
Hmm.
I think a lot of people have already spoken on it, and they've already shared the same views that I already had in mind. And but what
Hmm.
I want to also say is whether or not Handy's allegation is true, on whether it's true or not. It's not that it's we're right now we are not trying to say it's true. We're not trying to, but it's just the fact that production or even Big Brother is not even acknowledging that, okay, we are sorry this happened, you feel this happened, let's look into it. They are not even addressing
Hmm.
the viewers, and it's like they don't care. And
Mm-hmm.
that's the impression they give. I'm like, for such a global production, it's such a shame, because I'm like, I wish it was better. And a lot of times
Hmm.
they don't realize that some of these actions could affect them down the road, because when you start getting on global stage and things like that, a lot of your sponsorship, especially foreign sponsorship, they don't want to be attached to things like this who don't even care about handling such matters. So they need to
Mm-hmm.
be very careful how they handle it. Big Brother, or even a lot of these productions now, is like they've become so big that they need to also take that into consideration with how they handle it, not even
Mm-hmm.
acknowledging or not even maybe advising the public that, okay, we're looking into this matter, we're going to bring back the results whatever we find. And whatever they find, if it means releasing the footage, whatever it is that they need to do, then they need to do
Mm-hmm.
it. But at least not saying anything is allowing all sorts of analysis to go on, and that's why there's all this
Yes.
controversy is happening now.
Yes.
And to even think of the fact that, going back to Handy's allegation, there's one somebody said, oh, it could be just they could just have brushed on her boobs, or her nipple. I don't
Hmm.
think it's the sensation like how Mabato said. I don't think that's true, because
Hmm.
if you're on your period, sometimes you even get a little bit more sensitive, and it's
Sure.
sensitive in the like painful. Your
Oh,
nipples get more sore, more painful. So if somebody pinches
God
you,
have mercy.
it's so sore that you can feel pain.
Sure.
So who knows? Maybe she was even on her period and that's what she felt. on the other hand, if she was not on her period and she was not sore, if they pinch you on your nipples, you get aroused. So maybe she was aroused, but either way, you don't. There's not like there's a difference between a brush and somebody actually pinching your nipple or something like that. And so if she's, we are not saying if she said she was pinched or she was whatever the case happened, the footage will show. If Ben was just tapping her to wake her up, he will not need to send his hand under the duvet. So because I think in the comment section somebody said, "What if it showed that she was covered with the duvet and things like that?" We don't know what happened under the duvet. He did not have to send his hand under the duvet to wake her up. He could have just tapped her to wake her up. Things like that. But that's not saying that that actually happened. But whatever happened, it's important for production to actually address it, or at least talk to the public, or say something to the viewers that they're going to look into it. And that's all I'm going to say on that matter until they finish whatever. I'm hoping that production is actually looking into it, but then you don't need this many number of days to look into something. All it takes is rolling back the footage from and looking into it and addressing the situation, because when you start taking so long, people feel like you already have your decision that how you're going to handle it, and you just know that it might not be favorable, and so you're taking your time. But that's that. Going on to Onyeka and Ozee, let me take a deep breath for this one. Onyeka reminds me so much of so many women in the real world, or in our society, who put themselves in certain situations and then claim that the man is trying to drag them into a triangle, or trying. And an example of this is like one of my friends here in California. She has a friend on the East Coast, and on the East Coast that they are 3 hours behind. So one day, I think this was like at least 8 years ago. The girl called my friend and said her husband had called her in the middle of my friend's husband had called her in the middle of the night, and she did not appreciate it because and she did not like that, and so she just wanted to let my friend know, because she knows that either way my friend is still going to see it on the call on her phone call logs, since my friend shared a family phone plan with her husband. And she knows that my friend checks her phone plan, the call logs. Her husband doesn't know she checks the call logs, but her friend on the East Coast knows that. So she says that to my friend, and then goes to my friend's husband and tells my friend's husband, "Oh, my friend's husband should be careful to call her in the middle of the night, because my friend is going to check the call log, and she doesn't want my friend to feel bad or start to suspect her that she has anything to do with her husband." For somebody, and so she is now creating like this idea of already like a triangle that is not even existent.
Yeah.
So the man came back to his wife and said, "So came back, and then instead of addressing the phone call, so the call log issue, the phone call issue, he started addressing the call log, that his wife checks the call logs. His wife is like, "We are on the family plan. I have access to call logs." The man did not know she could see call logs.
Hey,
but then all my advice to her was, which is what I usually tell a lot of people, is don't even focus on even that person, the other party. Address it with your husband. Like, if he did not give this person, he made her, like, even though she's your friend, your husband made her so relevant that he could pick up the phone and just call her. He did not even think he did not even think twice, because he knew she was a friend. She was my friend's childhood classmate from like back in Cameroon. And so he did not even think of like, oh, he knew she was more like a sister. So he didn't even think that much. And so if he didn't even give that much relevance to even be on a good talking terms with, which is okay, but she started taking it into a different level. And I advise her to just focus on addressing the issue with her husband and just be careful with her friend. Her friend has already shown her colors, and that's all that she needs to see. But coming to Onyeka, I can see how she came into the house and she was trying to from the few clips I used to see, it's like she would try to act like she's advising here and there and things like that.
Mm,
But that was not actually what she was looking to do. She was
mm.
actually just trying to probably find a way to infiltrate, and she loves the attention she was getting.
True. True.
There is no somebody who says she's so confident, that's why she's always talking about her. No, you don't have to be confident to be talking about your private part, how your snail and all of that. That you're over sexualizing yourself, and then it's
Mm-hmm.
like you're putting yourself on a platter, like, okay, this is what I have to offer.
Mm-hmm.
And so even if the guy is not interested, he might even cross his mind or think about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you claim now that he's trying to drag you into a ship. Come on now. It's like you need to have better a better better strategy. I don't know if what her goal was. I don't know. I still don't get it. I know she was being flirtatious, but that's not even flirtatious. That's just being I don't even know what to call that.
Dilulu.
Yes, like like the previous speaker said, it was really the Lulu. And I don't even blame her. That's the sad thing. I don't blame her. I blame Ozee because Ozee made her so relevant. Like the
Mm-hmm.
kind of friendship that he was trying to share with her, the cuddle time and all this nonsense, kissing her
Yeah.
and all of this. He's also leading her on so much. And it is sad because for someone who claims to have a madam on the outside,
Hmm.
it means
Hmm.
that if he can do all of this in front of the cameras, I just don't want to think of what he can do when there are no cameras around.
Hmm. Mhm.
And he's even in nightlife too. So that just tells me that it just tells me that this madam that he's is probably somebody who has been with him through thick and thin. I'm just
See,
hoping that she is not a Ani Idibia kind of level kind of person where
Cuckoo, Cuckoo, Cuckoo.
who
Sorry for
he knows that
interrupting you.
she has been taking his BS for a long time, and so he is just hoping that please don't mess this my relationship up for me. But at the same time,
Yeah.
you're helping matters if you can act like this, not only with Onyeka, but even with what's her name? What's the or the other person who's
Chizoba.
the Chizoba girl.
Yeah.
It's like if you can act like with these people in front of cameras this way, what makes you think it is okay? In what world do you think that is okay?
Hmm.
I just wish him the best because I hope his madam is taking notes and watching the show and will probably I hope he knows that he probably has an idea that this is not going to go well for him when he comes out of the house.
Cuckoo, Cuckoo.
Yes.
I wasn't, to be honest here, I wasn't even bothered about Ozzy because that one was already doing his own with, Onyeka Victoria. The person that my eyes have been on, that I'm genuinely concerned about, is Ozzy. Now, like, I don't know whatever agreements these guys have had with the
Mm-hmm.
women they are with on the outside, but Ozzy's one is more sensitive for me because he said this person is pregnant, they're expecting a baby, and this is the person he wants to marry, obviously loves this person. And then the fact that they don't even have boundaries, it's the
Yes.
way, the touches, the kissing, every time kissing on the face, every time holding.
If
Like,
he was even acting half as much as Kelly Ray acts in the house, I will give him some respect
yeah.
because he's somebody who understands that okay, I already have this commitment. I cannot just mess it up. I'm going to, even though I want to, like Kelly Ray will be like, he knows he needs to play the game and be friendly, but he knows where to draw boundaries. I don't
Mm-hmm.
see him having any Ozzy having any boundaries whatsoever, and it's so
Mm-hmm.
sad because I just hope he will probably realize it at some point. And then for Anita and Tofa, Anita is in for a rude awakening that is going to probably shake her because even she has been very honest about what she wants in life. But what I see is
Mm-hmm.
she really is so much in love that she cannot even know how to what to think.
Yeah.
He's probably hoping and wishing that if these rumors that he's younger is true, it better not be true. But he's just she's probably just saying, okay, let me just hope for the best. He's probably not. I don't know what Topher is waiting for. Just be honest with her and tell her the truth, so that if she loves you that much, who knows, you might have a few years of love with her. But the truth is, they're both in two different stages in life. Her priorities and his priorities are totally different. He's 20 something, she's in her probably in her 30s or whatever it is now, and her priorities now is marriage. His is not. If he manages to probably go the long haul with her to marry her, it will not be fair to him either, because he's just going to do this because he loves her and just because to make her happy. But that's not exactly to go. When I think of people like Demi Moore, Ashton Kutcher, Mariah Carey, Nick Cannon, they marry all these younger guys who are way younger, in their 20s. A guy needs to probably leave his 20s out. If he has not lived his 20s out, trust me, he will leave it while he's married to you at some point.
Of course.
That's what I believe, and that's what I always say. If a guy has not crossed that 30, don't even try to pressure him to marry, because he needs to live his life and leave it outside of marriage. That way, you don't want to marry somebody and then later he wants to live his young 20 boy life. Let him live it out first, and then you guys can say, okay, what can we do? Or let's say at that point, if Anita is still single, maybe he might still try to talk to her. But at this point, I don't think their relationship is going anywhere. But I just hope that he's honest with her so that she can at least make an informed decision if she chooses to stay with him, because maybe she never knew she could actually be in love with somebody who's 20 something or younger.
He told her last night.
Yes,
he told her last night. Yeah.
Oh, finally! I've not watched this morning's because I woke up and my goal was to first of all try to catch up with your live.
He told her last night and she's quite upset about it. Like she asked him for space.
I don't blame her, because now she has to decide if she can let this love that she feels for him, if it's worth this age gap. And I just feel bad because it should not have taken this long for him to be honest with her.
Yeah.
Yep. Anyway, that's all I have on this. Everything has already been addressed so much that I don't even need to speak much on it. And thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mabato, for giving us some good laughs. All right.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Esco. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming back and sharing with us. All right, we're going to speak with Loveth, and that will be the last person we speak with tonight because we've been here for over 4 hours. All right, so it's time for us to almost round up. Hi, Loveth.
Hi, Glory. I'm happy to speak to you today.
Nice. You're welcome. How are you?
You're doing a good job.
Thank you. Thank you so
You're doing
much.
a good job. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of your analysis. It's factual. I like it because it's not everyone that sit down and analyze a show like this. You know, you give details. You have your own point of view. You know, and you also allow people to air their own point of view too. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I know you're beautiful. Have anyone told you that?
Thank you.
Okay. Right. This year, brother, has been a roller coaster. I don't know, but Trevor said, I'm not feeling it. Like, I'm not feeling the show at all. I don't know why, but I'm very, very disappointed in the housemates that, they bring in this season. Like, it's so boring. I don't know. Maybe it's me, but they're not just giving. They're not giving. Everyone is so conscious of the cameras. It's either they're talking about past housemates or they're not even they're not giving content. I don't know what these people think content is. They think content is just, being in a shape. There's no mental work, nothing. I don't know, Glory. I don't know. Maybe it's me. I don't know if I believe you can see it too. Imagine sometimes they just go to sleep, not even minding that people are watching them. You see? So
I see what you're saying, sis. I see it. I see it. I see it. When the show started, the first 3 weeks, I kept on
yeah.
encouraging people that, oh, it's not boring, it's not boring, just watch, listen to conversations. But now I feel like I'm actually biting my own words, because even the little conversations they are busy analyzing the show like they are viewers. Like,
Right. Why? Like, I don't understand. It's either they are conscious of the camera, or they are saying, "Oh, the sponsorship outside," or they're just saying something is like, "Come on, play the game." That is why you're in the house, to play the game. The last Big Brother I watched was Big Brother Titan. Oh my goodness, I fell in love with Big Brother. Like, I love the way those people play their game, mind games, very smart. And then Kosi played her game smoothly. I love that. So I don't know this season I would have spoken about the housemates. I don't know. Let's talk about Ben. Well, there's so much about Ben. I don't know. That guy gives me this this weird vibe. I don't know. Sometimes when I look at Ben, like, okay, what is he doing? Maybe it's a strategy. He has a strategy of trying to be on everyone's pace. Saying things that are not. Maybe that is a strategy, but man, it's not giving. Believe me, it's not giving at all. Onyeka Ozee. At first, I thought maybe something was growing there. I noticed that they were both flirting with each other. It was from both sides. So, and I like the fact that right now, because Obuka has exposed, Onyeka, she's owning up partially, to the things she did. I don't know. Ozee is not owning up to anything. I don't know. Even as of yesterday, that they were having conversation, trying to resolve the whole stuff. I don't know who called for the meeting, but what I heard Ozee saying, he's still saying the same thing, guy. This is not a courtroom. Like, Big Brother sees everything, and the viewers are seeing everything. Come on, man, wake up! Wake up! Maybe he's trying to play it on our intelligence. Maybe he feels like, okay, maybe I keep saying this thing, and the viewers are like, yeah, guy, we've seen everything that happened. You played the role, everything that happened. So why are you trying to run away from it? Right? Well, why? Accept it with your full chest. You're a man. Come on, don't chicken out. You don't do that. Onyeka has been in everyone's face. That one, I don't know. You were a lawyer, but there's nothing to show for it. But crying out loud, you said you're a lawyer. You've been called to bar. Like, what? Oh God, I don't understand. I expect to see class. I expect to see, intelligence, eloquence. Like, what's going on? Why all this, snail that, very disgusting, very irritating sometimes to listen. Like, what is that? That is what they're not just giving. They're not giving. They're not giving at all. They would have just allowed Ruti to be in the house and give us at least content. Like, I was wishing when Ruti was evicted, I was wishing, oh God, why Big Brother? This is not nice at all. So the house is so boring now. Like, they just talk to they don't even talk to themselves. They don't even have proper conversation. They just sleep, wake up, eat. That's it. Like, they're not giving anything. I'm not feeling this year's Big Brother. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling it. Ben and Handi issue. I don't know how Big Brother want to sort that out, but I just feel that Big Brother is trying to protect the show, to the best. I think it's protect the show, but if this is aired, you're supposed to, tell us, the viewers, okay, this is what is going on. This is how we're going to handle the situation, right? But just keeping quiet, like trying to sweep it on the carpet, it's wrong. It's because we, the viewers, we are curious to know what's going on. Assault is something that we cannot do correctly. So if nothing was done to Wannixhandi, I just feel people that should address it as soon as possible. It shouldn't sweep it on the carpet. It's wrong. It's wrong. And people saying, "Oh, the way you dress, the way you dress." I don't understand. Where is that coming from? Because you dress the way you feel like way you're comfortable with, then you should be molested. That is wrong. That is wrong. So, Guri, I don't know. This housemate, maybe people I just want to, and I'm very concerned. I'm worried. Shapes. I'm really worried about. Can you hear me, Guri? Are you there?
Yes. No, I can hear you. Please carry on. I can hear you.
Hello, are you there, Guri?
Yes, I can hear you. Carry on. Carry on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Carry on. Oh my God, maybe it's the network. I can hear you. Guys, can you hear Love It? Guys, can you hear Love It? Love It, can you hear me? Oh my God, maybe it's her network. Hello, Love It? Can you hear me? Guys, can you hear Love It? If you can hear her, please let me know in the comment section. Oh, okay, you can't hear. Oh, Love It, we can't hear you. Okay, Love It, maybe you should try disconnecting and then you come back, all right? I'm going to speak with Joy. Joy was actually here with Love It before she got caught up by the network. So we're going to speak with Joy. Love It, please disconnect and come back and maybe your network will be better, all right? Hi, Joy.
Hi, Glory. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm so sorry the network kicked you out, but I'm glad you're back. How are you?
Thank you. I'm fine. How are you doing?
I'm okay. All right. So let's hear your thoughts, please.
All right. So for me, right, it's for the issue on that we're discussing on about the Handi and Ben situation. I really don't want to talk much about it because I really do not know. It's not out there yet. But because Big Brother is not talking about it now, doesn't mean that he's not going to talk about it. I'm very sure of that. But if he doesn't talk about it, he already knows that it's going to be chaotic. People will drag him. People will drag him if he doesn't say anything about it. I know he's going to handle it. But then at the same time, I feel they're trying to be diplomatic about it. Because if you check Glory, remember Kemen, the whole situation that time read bad on him. Even T-Boss herself. It got people hating her. A lot of people were hating her for it. Some people were saying she's an adult, that's all she knew about it, all of that, and all of those kind of, those kind of shady comments. So I just feel Big Brother is they're trying to be diplomatic about it. And then, if remember again, their own also happenings in SA. Those people don't take issue of those kind of issues likely. So definitely, I'm hoping, finger crossed, that he's going to say something about it. But then, indeed, my own issue now is, it is how people are dragging the twin sisters. Now, I'm imagining how comes dressing in Big Brother house has become an issue.
Sis!
How?
Oh, Lord.
Is it today we've seen Big Brother? Is it Big Brother Africa? Hey, God, I beg. Dressing for the ladies. It's a show, for crying out loud. People will come to the show. These people spend a lot of money for their wardrobe so that in order for them to look presentable, for them to look well, some of them is even a game. Look at Messi. Look at Messi. Who again can I remember? Look at Angel. I can't remember. So how about Tacha? Good.
See, Joy, God bless you the way you put it. It's a show. People came to show off. Bless you. That's it.
If they don't show up, how would they gather fans? How would they gather people to them? How would they look? People should please chill. It's a show now. You don't expect that I'm going to Big Brother house. I'm not a rapper. wrapper and clothes. I beg. I'll tie wrapper and go to Big Brother's house. No. And then for me, there's a link, Glory, that I feel towards the twin sisters. Why people are beginning to drag them this much. I stand to be corrected. I'll say this. Before Ruthie's revelation, I have not seen, maybe, I stand to be corrected. I have not seen people dragging them about their dressing, even though people have complained that they don't wear bras. And me, myself, I don't even like bras to start with. A lot of ladies, the thing hurts us a lot. It's not easy now to package from morning till evening. It's not easy. But yes, it's true. After Ruthie's revelation, that outburst they had, people begin to look Wani and Handi differently. I stand to be corrected.
Yes, I agree with you.
People begin to look at these girls very differently. They say, "Hey, that's why they're dressing like that." People are shaming them. And then when it now got to this, when I saw your post, your video on the issue, under the comment section, I say, God, I pray it's not true. I don't want to believe it. Why was I saying that? It's because it will read badly on both parties, most especially the girls. People don't want to know whether it was Ohode. They already know that Handi and Wandi, they are ras. According to people, they are classless. See, from the day one, they were not my fan. Even though they are from my state, I don't know them. It is Big Brother that made me to know these girls. But the first, those first impressions, it was double K for me. I still like them though. Because of the game they were coming on with, I still liked them. But this girl literally grew on me, those girls. And whenever I look at them, I be like, this is the game. This is the show. This is the energy. Even though I don't like the ship Wani is into, because obviously that one is a game, obviously. But they grew on me and I begin to like them. And then when I look around, people complain that they don't like these girls. And someone was like, I think one testimony, what's his name? I can't really remember his name, was saying it's because of the things they do in their house. And I'm beginning to ask myself, what are the things these girls do in Big Brother house that is making people not to like them? Like, are they everywhere? They're not everywhere. I stand to be corrected
if they
on
were
that
the
as well.
ones doing what Onyeka is doing, the internet will scatter.
As in, are they everywhere? Most times, if you want to see these girls, they are with Sean. All the time. Most times, it's either they are together or they are with Sean. So what are they doing? And that's where I came to the conclusion that there's a lot of people that don't watch this show. They only follow the internet clips.
Join. Imagine a scenario where the way people are saying that they dress and look naked, imagine they are the ones doing snail and jet ski like Onyeka.
No what? Let's leave it like that.
No what? Just leave it.
Let's leave it like that, please. But then, I just want to say, I like Wannixhandi. I like their game, even though I don't like the ship she's into. And I wish them all the best. And I'm hoping that whatever it is, let it just be a misunderstanding between them and between Handi and Ben.
Yeah.
Ben can be playful, we know. Ben can be playful. There's also a possibility that he did not do it intentionally. It's just a misunderstanding. But then I think I'll leave this topic like that and finger crossed. And then let people that are seeing like these girls, they are dressing in a particular way. It's Big Brother house. Emphasis on the Big Brother house. It's Big Brother's house. So for me, since I've made mention of that already about Ruthie, the things Ruthie have said, people are still having that, and then and plus I feel it's going to linger on them for a lot of time. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Those revelations is going to stick on them for a number of time. But I just hope when it comes out, they take the heat or whatever hate people will bring to them well. Just like Thatcher. Until today, Thatcher is still facing some of those bashes. That's why when you are quarreling with somebody, you have to be mindful of the things you say. And Ruthie did not just stop after when she left the house. Even during her interviews, she still continued. So, but then it's a game. What are we going to say? Then about Onyeka and Ozee. I want to dare Onyeka. I want to dare her, babe. Like she not do well. Her strategy, bar, as far as I'm concerned, is crumbled. Let her fans forgive me for saying this. I like her. I like the audacity for her sticking to what she said she was going to do from the day one that she was introduced. How about her going out to say, "Okay, I like you. Let's be a sheep or let's date." Dear him, let her shoot her shots. Which one is he flirts? I flirted back. And he started it. Onyeka started it. I'm sorry to say, but she started it. I've been following up. Every time you see Onyeka, the way she looks at this guy self is totally different. Then her sister Chizoba, she's only happy when she sees the two of them together on behalf of her sister. And then people come out and say, Ozee did not kiss or peg Onyeka. That's the lie now. Everywhere on the internet is there. And then for me, for Ozee, is if I were him, I'll own up to my shit. I'll own up to it and say, I really did not mean it that way. If I was leading her on, then I'm really, really sorry. If she reads it off that way, I'm really sorry. But then I don't mean it in that way. I was just thinking it's our bestie play. And then you die the matter instead of keep going on and on and on and on about it. So really, I think for me, and then that of Anita and Tofa.
Yeah.
It's Anita's choice. It's a preference. Tofa. It's Anita's choice and a preference, really. If she don't want to be with a younger guy, it's a choice. And I know why she cries, because she already invested herself into it. She already invested her emotions into it. She has already liked the guy and she's already into the guy. Because remember, Glory, she took her time. You remember?
Yeah, she took her time before she decided to be with him. Yeah,
she took her time. She really took her time. And then when she finally became comfortable with him, and then all of this. But then, fingers crossed again to see how that turns out at the end of the day. I really don't want to take your time because I know you're already exhausted already. So these are just my contributions. And then that's all. That's all.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And permit me to borrow your line. This is a show and everyone is there to show off. If you hear it on my video, I have given you credit and I'm taking your permission to use it. All right. Thank you so much, John, for your contribution. All right. Yeah. So Lovette is back, and let's see if we can hear her now so she can conclude with our initial contribution. Hi, Lovette. Are you back?
Okay, hello, I'm back, Gary.
Oh, great.
The network was really bad. Yes, I'm back. Okay, so as for Anita, as for Anita and Topher's relationship, for someone that have been that was once in a relationship with a younger person, I know how that feels. You understand, because there's no future, there. If people's preference is different, of course. When I was in that relationship, I analyzed it and said, okay, of course I'm older. I was 2 or 3 years older than him, and he was really matured. At first, I didn't know his age, but when I asked, he told me his age, and I was like, okay, no problem. Let's see how this goes. Of course, having it at the back of my mind that I wouldn't want to settle down with this person. It was just a temporal, togetherness. Yeah. So I understand Anita. She just take it easy on herself. I know, because emotions is involved, feelings is involved. So I know Topher. You know what? I was asking, why did you lie at first? But another thing came to mind. He was scared of losing her. Do you understand? He was scared. Because you could see sometimes when he talks, he stutter. He's always afraid to express himself. That's why he travels around the world, then come back and say that. I'm like, man, open up, say something.
He can beat around
in a head of house condo. I was like, guys, say something. What is wrong with you? I don't have such patience. Okay, Grammy. I really do appreciate your analysis. Thank you so much. Nice speaking with you today.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your contribution and for also coming back to complete your inputs. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. This is it for today. I'm really glad that we had this conversation today because for those of you that have been following my tweets and my video uploads, you know that this week has been very hectic for all of us, not just me, but for all of us that are lovers of the show. All the allegations, the things just happening basically. And I have been really looking forward to today's conversation. In fact, every other Saturday's conversation, but today's one was at the top of my list for me. I needed us to get it over and done with. Let us talk. And talk is what we did today. So thank you all so much. I am grateful. For those of you that contributed your opinion by speaking, thank you all so much. I appreciate every single one of you for making out time to join the conversation and to even share. I see a lot of you that started with us over 4 hours ago, and you are still here. We're getting to 5 hours now, and you're still here. I appreciate all of you so much. God bless you. Thank you so much. To the silent listeners, to the silent viewers, thank you so much. There is no FSWG without you guys. We're not complete without any of you. So thank you all so much. Every single one of you. Those of you that enjoy my analysis, those of you that call me biased, that bash me. See, you guys are simply very, very important ingredients to what we do here in this community. And as they say, variety is the spice of life. You guys spice up this community. So thank you all so much for sharing your opinion. We might disagree, but it's the beauty of life, right? It doesn't mean we should have our fallouts and part ways now. The season is still going on, so there's still a lot to discuss. And even after the season, there's still a lot more things to discuss. So thank you all so much once again. I appreciate all of you. And the comment section, oh my goodness. We need to start presenting awards to the amazing people in the comment section. You guys, when you see me laughing here, it's because I'm reading your comments and it's so hilarious. You guys are having a ball in the comment section, and I am envious. I envy you people in the comment section because you sure know how to have fun in the comment section. But more importantly, it's keeping the conversation alive in the comment section. Thank you all so much. And today's comment section is so beautiful. Maybe I missed it, but I did not see any toxicity, no toxic comments, no negative comments. Oh my goodness. I am basking in the glory and the beauty of the comment section today. It's just been clean. It's the way people are embracing the diversity that we have here. People are not really bashing people for having an opinion. People are not bashing people for having a different perspective from theirs. It is beautiful to see. It is beautiful. It is refreshing. Yeah, very refreshing. So thank you all so much. You guys are amazing. And thank you all so much for making today's conversation this beautiful and lively and entertaining and fun and also very insightful. You know, to P, to Ini Sadiq, and S. Kuku that shared personal stories, personal experiences. I appreciate all of you so much. Thank you all so much for feeling very comfortable enough to, you know, go out of your way and share such personal stories here. I do not take it for granted. I am grateful. Thank you all so, so much. What else? Is there anything I'm missing out? Nothing really. Just watch out for today's Saturday night party. Who knows? Maybe these housemates will wake up from their slumber and give us some drama tonight. Yes. And I love what somebody put out here that if Glory is not pumping out a lot of videos, just know that a lot is not really happening in the house. All right. So it's not because I don't want to put out content, but it's just because they are sleeping. Yes, like literally, they are literally sleeping. Big Brother has to play some clownish music for them to wake up and go and dance in the garden. But literally, they are sleeping. Yes. So we're hoping that tonight, probably during the party or after the party, that it give us something to work with. All right. But yeah, that is all, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, thank you all so much. Your presence is very much appreciated here. And oh, guys, thank you so much for watching my videos, for liking my videos, for engaging with my tweets. All those likes, guys, please, if you haven't liked this live stream yet, please go ahead and like it. All right. Go ahead and like it. Give it a thumbs up. I always tell you guys, you're not paying money to like videos. I hope you know that. You're not paying money to like videos, but it's sort of weird when you see like 50K views on a video and the video has only got 1,000 likes, and you're wondering like, oh my goodness, what did I do wrong? Why is nobody liking the video? So guys, please just like the video. All right, it would be nice to see the likes equate to the number of views, right? As I always tell you, it informs me about what you think about the channel, if you enjoy the content or not, right? And it's also a way of encouraging that you enjoy what we do here. And all of that said, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. It's been a beautiful time out with all of you. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I will see you on my next video. Even if we quarrel, even if we fight, we argue, we die here together. We'll still come back here and be one big happy family. All right? Anyways, have an amazing night's rest and good night. Bye.